Happy Tuesday and good morning. Sorry, a little bit late there. I had to do a couple of things right before I had to start, so I apologize about that. But you know what? I think that I might just give you guys the background that I make 250th birthday, 1776 to 2026. My dear and fellow Americans, and those of you who are green card holders or anybody in the world who loves the United States of America, God bless you and your family. We are celebrating 250 solid years of great accomplishments. You know, the world and those who hate us will try to convince you otherwise. But let me just tell you something. The United States of America truly is a special place. And, you know, we have, our beauty marks and we have our scars and we have all these imperfections and defects. But that's what makes us, and we have to love our nation with all the scars and all the beautiful shapes and curves, etc. I really believe that. I really believe that this is a truly blessed nation. With that, let me go ahead and say hello to the crazies who were here first this morning. By the way, I'm going to let you know right now, the background that I picked for today, I just made it right before I published it on the live today. So that 250th birthday behind me, at the last second, I had to remake and change and put it on there. But I hope you guys like it. It's all to entertain you. Enter first in the house. I hope that everything is going good for you on the other side of the hemisphere. Robert, good morning, big bro. Good to see you on here, my man. Mike, I hope you're doing all right, brother. I hope you have a great day at work. Scott Berg, my Canadian brother, hey. Thanks for being here. I know that Canadians probably don't talk like that, but just a funny thing that I think Canadians sound like that. Man, I got to tell you, Scott, I had a bad experience decades ago. I had a bad experience, and I never went back to Canada because of this bad experience. I will go ahead and share that with you today. Let's see. Who else do we got in the chat? Lisa, how are you, Lisa? Good afternoon. Good to see you on here. James says Jason. I don't know what that means. Good afternoon, Jeff. Good to see you on here, brother. Don Mitch, it's on vacation with his family. I believe he still has another week or so to go. So, Don Mitch, God bless you, brother. We're thinking about you. Hey, thanks for that text message. I saw that clip. It's I can't watch that guy too long. I know that, I know Benny. Benny has, the Benny Show. He has millions of followers. But I can't watch him too long, man. I'm sure people have the same feeling about me. You know what I'm saying? They can't watch me for too long. But that's okay. I am actually holding a big manly tape measure. You can see the invisible paint on it. It looks pretty tight. Because it's yellow, and yellow is very close to green color. It almost disappears, but only because it's reflective and it has a shade of green on it. That's why it looks like that, just so that you guys know. I'm surprised my letters here, Make America Great, are not invisible. With that being said, hey guys, thank you so much for being here. Happy Tuesday. Yes, I have just finished making my coffee, so I don't have anything in my cup yet. But don't worry, we will get the show started right away. Now, let me say something. This channel, as it says on my description, it's for adult content. Why adult content? Because we have strong language. I hate censoring myself. I love to be free, and I love to be able to express myself. And I'm going to tell you, I love my Americans so much that when we have libtards in the chat, annoying people, I'll cuss them out for you. Don't worry. And I will kick people out, not a problemo. Man, you know what? This weekend, I actually revisited a couple of movies that I really like, especially a couple of movies from the Terminator. One and two are my favorite. After that, yeah, guys, I don't know, this. I don't, I don't understand Hollywood. I guess I can be a hypocrite on this part, but it can be science fiction movies, and all movies are made believe, right? But it's crazy how you watch the Terminator, and how as time goes by, how we as people have changed, and you can see those changes in the deterioration of the movies. For example, 80s, right? When the Terminator came out, man, everybody was badass. You know what I'm saying? Crazy ass people out there. There was no politically correct back then. Everything was, this and that. And then the Terminator 2 comes out, and, you got the rebellious, the rebellious teenager, talking bad to their foster parents and, hates their mom, thinks she's crazy and all this stuff. But the rebellious teenagers, right? These little rocker kids, these guys with the mohawk, like, the mullets and, whatever, right? But they're just being rebellious. Like, there is nothing of education. Being a bad boy is the cool thing to do in this era. And then you watch the next Terminator, and all of a sudden, well, a woman, it's the main character, and I mean, I might be crossing them over here, but I think one of my favorites was with Christian. What's his last name? Christian Bailey, I think. Christian Bailey, the badass Batman. Christian Bailey was one of my favorite John Connors. But they bring these women, which is okay. It's okay. Women can be strong, but they bring this little 5 feet tall dwarf woman to be the ass kicker. I'm sorry, but that just doesn't play. I don't care if science fiction. I don't care what type of feminism and liberalism you want to live. A 5 foot. I don't even think she's 5 feet tall. That's Sarah Connor. Kyle Reese was a buff-ass man from the future, where food is scarce, but all of a sudden this guy is built like a Terminator. I mean, I got to drink some protein shakes to get these arms to go up. You know what I'm saying? Oh, by the way, I am transforming this body as we speak, so I'm chiseling down some area. You know what I'm saying? But anyway, so they picked this 5 foot tall woman to kick some ass. And the guy from the future, which, by the way, again, the food is scarce. The guy looks like he works out 3 times a day, drinking his protein shakes like Dennis Herrera from the Dennis Herrera show to gain mass. You know what I'm saying? As you get older, you start losing mass. You need to drink the protein shakes to kind of bring that muscle back on you. You know what I'm saying? But anyways, that's not the end of it. No, they make another Terminator, and instead of putting a 5 foot tall woman, they went all out and put a 4'10" Mexican girl, which somehow she kicks everybody's ass. I ain't making this up. I am not making this up. And then, of course, the Terminator. Why keep bringing white people in here? Come on. We got to bring a Mexican. We got to bring an illegal Mexican to be the bad Terminator. Of course, he is still a badass. And then we got to make sure that the Terminator that is going to protect, well, not Sarah Connor anymore, now it's a different girl, to protect the Mexican girl, now it has to be a woman. And this woman is like 6 foot something. Now she can kick ass. She's a big woman, you know what I'm saying? She's cyber human. She can kick ass. But the 4 feet 10 inch Mexican woman, that does not kick ass anywhere. Ah, man, I'm just messing with y'all, man. But it's true. It is true. No 4'10" woman is gonna kick some ass. It's just, oh man, I try. I'm sorry. I try not to laugh. I try not to laugh. Oh man. Anyway, Terminators are great movies. I love all of them. Even the one with the short women. It's all good, man. I love all the movies, but you can truly see through Hollywood. You can see how really this is like the serious part. I love it. I have nothing against it, but you can truly see how we have changed as people in the States. Not all of us. I say we because Americans. But the leftist side has become such a socialist that they don't know that leads to communism. They don't know. They literally don't know. Now, some of them do. But there's a lot of gullible people. There's a lot of people out there that they truly are ignorant to the fact that socialism leads you to communism. See, socialism sounds good and it's a great thought. It's a great ideology. But government will never work with socialism. Never. Socialists don't create wealth. They're like locusts. Socialists are like locusts. They don't grow your crop. They don't pollinate flowers. They don't do anything. All they do is eat the crops that are already there. They don't help. They don't create anything. All they do is destroy. And I'm telling you, that's just the way it is. I know. I don't know why my nose itches so bad. I don't know if it's because of I'm live and I'm talking. It could be. It could be a nervous thing. I don't know. I'm not nervous, but it could be some tick because my nose fucking itches so bad when I'm doing the show for some reason. Now, maybe the hairs, you shave the hairs or whatever, maybe it gets itchy. But I don't know why I do that. So if that bothers you, man, just ignore it, okay? Give me a break. If I talk to you in person, I can find a bunch of shit that I can make fun of you with that, okay? So knock it off. Grow up. We all grown up adults in here. I hope. But anyways, you see how the generations change every decade, right? That the movie has come out. Every year that the movie came out. You can see the difference. Now, some things are good to change. Other things, they're not really that good. You know what I'm saying? They're not really that good to change. And so you've gone and seen the changes. Thank you, Donald Yoder. But you've seen the changes to where men have been so effeminate by the left. I don't know. I'm not saying I don't love you. I'm just saying. Men are supposed to be manly for a reason. We are here to protect women. I know there's a lot of, lesbians out there, sexist, feminists, or whatever they want to call themselves, that don't like men to be stronger to protect them. I get it. Guys, there's a lot of positive and negative in life. I get it. A lot of abusive men. There's a lot of abusive women. There's loving men, loving women, nice, bad, angry, sad, You have every kinds of people everywhere. You got to know. Everybody has a life. Your life may not be as bad as my life. My life may not be as bad as other people's lives. And so, you got to be able to adjust. And maybe sometimes I may be a hypocrite, because I really go hard on people that make just stupid ass comments on my chat. And I go really hard on them. But, maybe I am a hypocrite. But I just think you expose yourself to come into this podcast, adult language. You guys know I do Trump, support. But only because I support the United States of America. So President Trump supports the United States of America. Do I like everything he does? No. No, I don't. But I voted for him, and I got to give him a chance. If he turns out to be a thief or whatever, and he's really stealing billions of dollars from the American people, well, he's going to be found out. And then he can pay the consequences for that. But in the meantime, I believe that he is the president that we need in this country, and I'm going to continue to support him because of that. Now, with that being said, a lot of people don't like that we support President Trump. So here's an advice that I'm going to give to people. If you are new to my channel, I want to give you some advice. In our first video, it's going to be about teenagers and some young adults. But I'm going to give you some advice, and I don't know, take it or leave it, take it with a grain of salt, however you want to grab it. But let me tell you something. When we say that we have the freedom of speech, what I want you to understand is this. That is a privilege. It is a power given to the people. What you do with that freedom, it's up to you. For example, I just because I have freedom of speech, it doesn't mean that I'm going to go cuss out a police officer. I'm not going to tell a police officer, F you. I just can't do that, man. I respect authority, even if I don't like them. Even if I don't like the way they're being or whatever. I just can't tell them F you. See, my freedom of speech is such a privilege. I got to know when to use it. See, everybody got freedom of speech, but I've said this many times. If I go to your house, I'm not going to be cursing in your house. That's your house. I'm not just going to go on the street and start cussing people out for no reason. That's not what the freedom of speech is for. You're just showing people that you are a natural asshole. Now, when I curse in my show, you have to understand something. Hey, Rush, how are you, baby? Good to see you here. Say hello to Carl and the kids. Listen, you gotta know this. You can do whatever it is that you want to do. You have that freedom. But every decision that you make with that freedom will either reward you or punish you. You understand? So yes, you have that freedom. But if you don't use that freedom well, you can be punished. You can create violence with that freedom. How do you create violence? Oh, Dennis, you're over here cursing people out. Wait, this is my show. I don't go out on the street cussing people out. I have my gun with me all the time. I never want to take my gun out. If I take my gun out, somebody's getting shot. So when I'm out in public, I'm not just out there getting on people's face. Oh, you a leftist? Oh, you Democrats suck. No. You want to vote for whoever you want on the left. That's you. See, that's how you're supposed to be when you're out there in the public. When you're in private, you can say whatever you want. The Dennis Herrera show is a private show to me. Anybody can watch it. You know what I'm saying? That part is public. But what I have in the content is private. You know what I'm saying? I don't know how to explain that. I don't know how to explain that much. But all I can tell you is that when you are in the Dennis Herrera show, you know what to expect. If you like it, stick around. Come back. If you don't like it, go find somebody better. There's a lot of people out there, guys. There's a lot of people out there. I am very truthful, honest. I don't pretend to be something I'm not. I am who I am. So I really want to dig into that. You have a freedom of speech. That doesn't mean you get to be an asshole to everybody on the street. You will get your ass kicked if you start cussing people out for no reason. I just want to give you that advice. Be careful with your privilege. Know how to use it. You understand? Okay, I tell you this because people they just hear, oh, I got the right to do this. Yeah, no, you can do whatever you want. But there's also laws and ordinances and policies and things that are put in place so that we can maintain order and peace everywhere we go. And the moment that you start feeling entitled, oh, I got the freedom of this and freedom of that, you start losing your discipline. You know what's crazy? I always known that I have freedoms and rights in this country. And not once have I said, I'm going to go cuss a police officer because I have the freedom of speech. I'm going to burn the beautiful American flag because I got the freedom of expression. You know what I'm saying? I never looked into what rights do I have. I've always just tried to be a positive citizen. I always want to be honest. You know what I'm saying? Okay, I hope that makes sense. Communists, they're attacking us from within. You know that, right? Communists are attacking us from within. Our enemies are waiting for the cells in the government to achieve the goal of destroying America. Our enemies know that if they destroy our government, if they can corrupt the government, the rest of the country falls. So we got to continue to tell the truth. We got to continue to pick each other up. We got to continue to think about those things. Maybe you haven't thought about it. 75% of the people that come into my show every day are new viewers. Some just go by. They just pass by. I got that. But if you care about this country, you will take care of it. Whether if you're in Mexico, take care of Mexico. If you're in Guatemala, take care of Guatemala. Take care of Honduras if you're in Honduras. But if you are here in the United States of America, take care of the United States of America. Funny how these libtards come in here and accuse us. See, this is why I don't listen to them. They accuse me all the time of this, and that. They don't know me, but they accuse me all the time. So when they accuse President Trump, I just defend them. That's what happens when you cry, wolf, wolf, wolf. That's what happens when you lie all the time. Nobody believes your lies anymore. You are the problem of this country. Brian, what's up? My brother, good to see you on here, man. Everybody else that is for America, welcome to the Dennis Herrera Show. I love doing what I do because I love this country. And even after Trump is not in office anymore, it's going to be time to change some gear. By the way, I'm going to be making some gear for myself, so don't worry about that. Hats will continue to change throughout time. Right now, we have a lot of hats. I'm going to have to start giving them away to people on the street. And get some new hats, you know what I'm saying? All right. I'm waiting for a couple of more cowboy hats, different colors. Coming in probably, hopefully next month I will get some. I have them in my cart, just ready to spend the money. Man, I have a hard time spending money. Yeah, it has to be like, you know what I mean? Like, I really need to get it, you know? Some people on the left, they just don't understand that. Some people on the left that complain about affordability, you know, they complain about affordability, but then go out there and waste their money in all these luxuries. And I don't understand why, if you are complaining about affordability, why do you go and waste money on materialistic things that are not bringing you nourishment? It's not putting a roof over your head. You know what I'm saying? So why do that? I don't understand the mentality of the left. You know, you it's like you create a problem just so that you can bitch about it. I don't know, man. I'm just saying it, man. I'm just saying it like it is. You know what I'm saying? As my good friend says, I says it as I sees it. There it is, right there. There it is. Good morning, my friends. Salute to you. And stay thirsty. Coffee is life. Man, that's some good coffee. I got some good coffee today. Let's see, Raspberry, what's going on here? Let's see. Dennis has something better. A U.S. passport, baby. Oh, man, the way that I read this chat sometimes, man, they be cracking me up. I'm sure that people don't say it like that when they type it, but it's crazy, right? Right. Yeah, brother, this is work. Here we go again with the libtards trying to put down a person, doing some entertainment and telling the truth to the American people to make money. These guys just can't. They don't have a brain. They don't understand that jobs come in different shapes and forms. Brother, where have you been? How old are you? Whose narrative have you been listening to? What rhetoric are you following? Whose propaganda do you promote? You don't know what a job is? Comedian is a job, whether you like it or not. That is a job. Entertainment, that's a job. You can sweep the stairs, that's a job. Anything, a task, service that you provide is a job if you're getting paid. And I'm getting paid, you know what I'm saying? Listen, you do, you boo. You do you, boo. Ay. Okay, here we go. Lying to America is not a job. Javier, I'm going to give you 2 seconds. Go ahead. Ask me. Tell me, what have I lied about? I'll wait. I'll wait just for you. I'll wait. Tell me what I have lied about. While you think about what I lied about, I will go ahead and get my clip ready. We're going to watch one of the lives that I didn't show you yesterday, okay? Just so you know. Oh, Gulf of Mexico? Is that what has your butt hurt? Gulf of America, baby. It says it on the map, and we accept it. You know what's funny? I told these Mexicans, yes, Mexicans, plural. And I say, why do people don't understand that the Gulf of America is a legit name? And we come to this conclusion. You know, Mexico is part of America. It's a continent, right? The United States of America is part of the Northern America. It is the continent. Okay, these are the biggest countries that surround the Gulf. It only makes sense to call it Gulf of America because of my president, because of the American president says it's called the Gulf of America. That's why we call it the Gulf of America. See, if you are not an American, then you can go ahead and have your opinion, but just go to one of your Mexican channels. Go to one of your leftist podcasts. That's not what this is for. Now, you say I lied about everything. Go ahead. Give me one thing that I have lied about. See, everybody on the libtard side, that's how you guys say. That's how you guys are. You say lies, but you don't tell me what. What lie? My show is to encourage people to respect the law, to be here legally, to protect the border, etc. Don't get mad at me for the truth. Ron, it doesn't matter what you say, you're not the president. If the president of the United States of America, the president of the most powerful nation in the world, calls it the Gulf of America, then that's what it is. Whether you are butthurt, whether you like it, whether you agree or disagree, whether you don't like it, doesn't matter how you feel. That's right. I'm wearing my typical Honduras shirt with my Make America Great Again. Honduras is also part of America, but it's Central America. Oh, man, I'm telling you, man. Make America Great Again, to me, is more than a slogan. It is a mandate. You know, when I think of America, I don't just think about the soccer team from Mexico, America. I think about the United States of America. Canada is America. Mexico is America. All of Central America is America. South America is America. Make America great again. You can use this mandate everywhere in the American continents. And there should be no problem with that. But that's how it is. Now, again, if the president of the United States, if the president of the most powerful nation in the world says it's called the Gulf of America, it is the Gulf of America. You know why Mexico can't say shit against that? You know why? Come on, don't be calling me names. Don't be trying to insult me. Talk to me with brains, if you have any. Whatever it is that you have for a brain, talk to me with that. Tell me, why do you think that I know that Mexico lost that right to say anything about it? Why? Go ahead. So, listen, you can disagree with me. I'm okay. If you disagree with me, I'm okay with you disagreeing with me. But I'm always speaking the truth. Now, you don't have to believe it, obviously. You can do some research. You can, listen, I use critical thinking. I know that might be news to you, but this is the way we used to be, a long time ago. We used to use our critical thinking, common sense, to decipher the problems of life and society. Somehow, libtards have gotten rid of critical thinking. So go ahead. Tell me, somebody, let's see if anybody can give me input. Tell me, why do you think that I say Mexico lost the right to say anything about the Gulf of America? Man, I'm going to tell you something right now. Now, this is not to toot my own horn. This is not to boast on myself or anything like that. I don't know what the hell you guys are talking about on the chat, but I'm ignoring your comments because I'm talking about something different. Listen. The United States of America, throughout its history, has acquired migrants, has acquired settlers. We had natives, people that were trying to conquer land before the white men and the European settlers came to the Americas. Now, they were trying to acquire land, conquer land. They were fighting each other. Now, listen, I'm not racist. Anybody can love anybody. Anybody can fight anybody. That's the opinion of the times that we live in. And back then, it was a time to conquer land. That's just the way it is. So the settlers came here from different countries, different European countries. whether you like it or not, we have bows and arrows in America. The other side of the hemisphere already had guns, cannons. They could have come out and just, destroyed everything here in the Americas and then bring all of their people over here and then, do it that way. But they didn't. I really appreciate the advice or the comment from our Navajo elder, Mr. Brown, where he actually gives credit to Christopher Columbus for the courage that it took to come all the way here to the Americas. And whether there's some bad things that have happened, bad things were happening before. Navajo elder Mr. Brown says that you got to be able to grab the good from the new culture and leave the bad, because there's also good things in the Native American culture, but there's also bad. So you grab the good of both and you make a better nation. And that's exactly what has happened here. So we have a lot of migrants, a lot of Hispanics, Italians, French, blah, blah, blah. We have a lot of native Indians from all the way from here, from the America, all the way to North America to Mexico, Central America, etc. We have all of these skills. Now, whether one knew how to use guns and one knew how to use a bow and arrow, and whether one used, to tame horses, the other one was used to build stone, and everybody has skills. And this country has become great because it's a mix, it's a melting pot of so many different cultures, different ethnicities. You know what I'm saying? And so the United States has all these skills. Everybody has skills. And every future generation should be better than the one before it. Why do I tell you this? Well, because myself, I'm asking you a simple question. Why do you think that Mexico lost the privilege to say anything about the Gulf of America? And to me, the answer is very clear because I know what the answer is. But I don't know how you think. How do you use common sense? Now, I've explained this before on my show, so if you have been paying attention, you will know why Mexico lost any say on the Gulf of America. Now, with that being said, I just gave you right there, I just gave you a hint of why Mexico lost that. That's why Mexico doesn't have any say on the Gulf of America anymore. Guys, I'm sorry. I just watched Indiana Jones last night, so I'm a little bit into the whole puzzling conversation. You know what I mean? The key is in the word lost. Why did Mexico lose any right to say anything about the Gulf of America? Man, this is great, man. I love it. I love it. The more civilized natives joined the Pilgrims because there were Democrat natives. Thems are insane. Guys, be nice. Well, these guys are not Democrats. You guys know this, right? This Democrat Party that we have today, they're not Democrats. Let's get that out of the way. They are not Democrats. Don't worry, I'm not going to punish you for not answering my question. You know I'm going to tell you. You know I'm going to tell you. Oh, man. I'll tell you why Mexico lost every right to say anything about the Gulf of America. I was hoping Javier, since he was talking shit in there, that he will actually give me some sort of answer. But he's clueless. He has no idea what the hell Mexico has been doing to the natives and to its people. See, that ignorance is bliss for these lefties. That's just the way it is. Well, I'm going to tell you this. If Mexico didn't lose Texas, if Mexico didn't lose New Mexico, Arizona, California, I wouldn't be arguing what I argue today. That's why they lost any say, any right to say anything about the Gulf of America. Now the border, the boundaries, the area where the Gulf of America is surrounded mostly by America. That's a lovely fact, and I love that. Gulf of America. Man, never gets old. All right, with that being said, let's go ahead and get to our first clip of the day. And, you know, I started off by telling you that we have all these freedoms. We can do anything we want. The key is, with being able to do anything that we want, you have to understand something, like in the movie Spider-Man, right? With great power comes great responsibility. So you have to choose what is good and what is bad. The problem with this generation that we have today is that they are not taught to use common sense. They are not taught discipline. They are not taught respect. They're getting worse day by day by day. And what's really hard really hard pill to swallow is that we have millions of ignorant people becoming American citizens. That's just a fact. We have a lot of millions of third world, ignorant, low IQ people becoming American citizens in the United States of America. Now, wait a minute. Before you get all, puffy and high and mighty and all this other shit and upset about me, listen to what I'm going to tell you before you embarrass yourself. You can either prove me wrong or just make the change if you're part of the problem. That's simple. That's simple. Now, with that being said, does that mean that these people are evil or bad? No. Listen, I'm myself, I am very ignorant in many things. Ignorant, it just means that you're not aware of or you don't know about. That's all that is. You see what I'm saying? So there's people that come here, while they have great labor skills, what else are they bringing to our country? We don't want, a mass migration of fruit pickers. No, we want engineers. We want smart people. We want to continue to evolve in our civilization, to grow. We want technology to be better. It's okay to be a laborer. That's fantastic. Yes, we need people that can cut the grass. We need people that can plant gardens. You know what I'm saying? But we also need people to continue to make this country better. How about come over here and make equipment better so that other people, Americans, can actually do the job a lot easier and have more time to go work their ass off so that they can come and take care of their house as well. See, one thing that you don't understand is that the reason why rich people, some, but the way rich people or the middle class Americans that go to work every day, They simply don't have time to clean their houses. So if the husband and the wife is working, then they might hire a maid, somebody that can clean the house, cook, and maybe, take care of the kids. That is the trade-off. So these people work to make money, to have luxuries, to open doors to whatever the hell they want. Yes, they don't know that they're giving away their children to a stranger. Maria is raising your kids. It's fantastic that the kids that speak Spanish because Maria doesn't speak English. That's good. But your kids don't respect you. Your kids don't have that closeness to you. You're trading family for dollars. It's true. It's true. I think we all do. We all do that. So we got to make some time for the kids. We got to make some time. You got to make sure you love your children. Because if you don't love your children, how can you discipline them? They will grow up to think that you hate them. That word discipline, I like that word. That word is a balance of correction. See, discipline to me, it means love and rigor. I hope that's a word in English. That's rigor, it's discipline, punishment. Love, care, and corrections. That's discipline to me. And I'm going to tell you, if you don't understand what I'm saying, I hope that the next report from Fox opens up your eyes if you haven't already done so. I will mention an example from Miami. All these young teenagers and young adults out there trying to take over of the beach, they say. That's ignorance. That's stupidity. That's rebelliousness. That's a lack of love and discipline. That is a shameful action that they bring to the parents. And the parents are guilty for it. For they have not been able to control their kids at home. Maybe Maria should have been allowed to discipline them. Anyways, let's go ahead and play the clip so we can continue on with this talk today.
That was what Newport Beach, California looked like over the holiday weekend. More than 400 people were arrested, most of them young and minors. It took police officers 36 hours to stop the mayhem. It started when a massive crowd started brawling and setting off illegal fireworks on Saturday night. The Newport Beach Police Association said that at times, officers were outnumbered 500 to 1. The mayor is blaming social media. Quote, a large group of agitators invaded Newport Beach, spurred on by an alleged TikTok takeover. These persons came to our city with the intent on causing harm, injury, and destruction, bringing harassment, disturbances, and mayhem. Kaylee, we'll start with you on this one. This has confounded law enforcement in multiple communities across the nation. It's been hard to address due to the fact that the organizers can gather people up on the internet and send them somewhere where perhaps the police are not expecting.
Yeah, and the footage of this shows that this wasn't just a bunch of teens setting off illegal fireworks or running wild on the beach. They were looting nearby businesses and stores. In fact, all of the local restaurants, all of the businesses had to shut down. One of the grocery stores in the area I saw online was completely destroyed after these teens ran in and just started throwing things off of the shelves. And I think that all cities at this point need to learn from Miami Beach, Florida, and from the state of Florida in general, which had a very big problem with spring break ruckus for many, many years. And what Miami Beach decided to do was they implemented a number of policies to crack down on that. They started charging high fees for parking for locals who wanted to come in and park for the day, upwards of $100. They started surging the police presence to to those beaches where spring break visitors were frequenting, including sending state troopers there. They started enforcing alcohol-related restrictions, and the results speak for themselves. Crime in the area is down 8% from 2024 to 2025. They cracked down on several shootings that had happened the year prior, so the results speak for themselves. The problem, of course, is that in many of these states that are not Republican-run, you have Democratic officials who don't want to crack down on lawless behavior. They don't want to crack down on crime. So whereas Miami Beach was receiving support from the state and from Governor DeSantis to do that, I highly doubt that Governor Newsom is going to encourage the good people of Newport to do that themselves.
Yeah, and prosecutors in this case, we've seen the police make a number of arrests, but the challenge is the follow-through. What are people charged with? What happens? What repercussions do they face in the long run?
Yeah, and the question is not just the young people that I think are actually involved in these teen takeovers on the beaches across the city, in California, but also across the United States. It's also a question of, where are the parents? I'm sorry to say it. I think I can say that question because I am a parent myself. Where are the parents, and where is their responsibility in all this? And I think there's an ongoing discussion as to whether parents have to face repercussions for the bad behavior of their youth when they're caught taking over towns, especially during holiday weekends. You know, the city of Chicago actually just shot down a measure that would have penalized parents, held them accountable, fining them up to $1,000. And the debate there being, you're just going to penalize parents that are probably already cash-strapped versus, well, we have to do something because these young people are not learning their lesson, and parents have to be held accountable too. I think we have to get the answers to those types of questions in order to move this forward.
David.
Look, don't.
Hold on, David. Hold on. See, part of the problem that we have, it's the government. You already know this. I get it. You want to prevent child abuse, right? Nobody wants a parent to just beat the shit out of their kids. I'm sorry, that just doesn't work that way, okay? You got to be able to discipline. Listen, if you're a parent, and if it works for you, it's okay, fantastic. You will find a way to discipline your kids. And I'm going to tell you, a lot of the leftist people, or people that go and turn rebellious and stuff, it's only for two reasons only. One, they have been raised in a very hostile environment, abused, beaten down for every little thing that they do, and no love. No love. The other reason is they don't discipline at all. They just love and love and love and never punish. Never teach them. Life is about this and that. You spoil them. And they don't respond because they have no discipline. Hey, sis, how are you? Tanya in the house. And so this is what I mean. That is very important to have, a discipline, right? But you can't discipline your child if you don't give him love. See, I'm a very different man than other parents. And I'm not saying you got to be like me. I believe in butt spankings. I believe in spankings. At some point, snap out of it. You know what I'm saying? They got to snap out of this rebellious attitude and stuff. I have never, ever allowed my children, when they're 7 months old, a year old, 2-year-old, it doesn't matter what age. You can grab your kid and that kid slaps you in the face because they don't know any better. Slaps you. Oh my God, he slapped me. That's not me. Hey, no. That's right. It starts from a very young age. A lot of parents out there, you like to laugh at the stupid shit your kids made. You got to discipline them. You got to let them know that is wrong. They don't know. They honestly don't know. And there are some kids that are very smart. I've seen kids that you tell them, no, don't touch that. And they won't because you told them. But they do this. They slowly go and do what they know or what they think that they shouldn't do. And they try to be sneaky just to see how far they can get away. See how much they can get away with. I don't joke. Little boys kissing my little girl. Oh, that's your boyfriend. Oh, hell no. We don't joke like that. Sorry. Hey, I'm sure a lot of you guys out there joke like that. Oh, that's your girlfriend? Nope. That is not something children should be learning. Here is something that I find funny in Hollywood. They make this show where a 14-year-old is out there, messing around with a 14-year-old girl messing around with another boy. And she gets pregnant, has an accident, loses the baby, okay, whatever. And then she walks in on her parents. And she goes, oh, gross. Oh, my God. They see their parents kissing. Oh, that's so gross. Shut up. You lost that innocence. You were messing around with that boy. You were messing around with that girl. Shut up about how gross it is to see your parents showing affection to each other. Now, I don't recommend parents to go out there and French kiss and grab each other's ass, and that's what the kids watch. No. Be respectful to your children as well. There's a lot of ways to discipline. There's a lot of ways to make your life, to have an outcome that you want. A little kid that fake cries. You know what my mother taught me? I'm going to give you something to cry about, because I'm sick and tired of hearing you cry when nobody has done anything to you. And here comes the butt swats. Shut. Now you can cry. Go sit in the corner. Now, while I believe in discipline, the Bible says that you have to use the rod to discipline, or a stick, a ruler, whatever that might be to you. But you are not to abuse your child. The government has stopped parents from disciplining good parents because of the actions of a few bad ones. I remember I spanked my kids, and I left a mark on one of my boys' legs. And somebody thought I was abusing my kids. Now, I don't spank my kids that much, but he did have a mark, a red mark. So they called CPS on me. Can you believe that? Yeah. Child Protective Services was called on me. And the sheriff came with another officer. And they came, and I welcomed them inside my place. And I said, have a seat. Can I get you something to drink? I knew they were coming, that we were going to sit down and talk. And my kids were just, kind of running around. I said, hey, go to your room until I call you. Yes, Daddy. They go in the room. So I start talking to the sheriff and, to the police officer. And I said, yeah. I said, I discipline my kids. You know why? When I'm at the store and I see other kids, other parents' kids, grabbing stuff from the shelves and throwing them on the ground, throwing a fit, yelling, throwing tantrums, I swat their butts. And the sheriff goes, little smile on his face. Can you call your children over here, please? And I said, kids, come out here. And they came out all happy and smiley. Say hello to the sheriff. Say hello to the officer. Hi, officer. And they're all there, blah, blah, blah. And I said, you want to talk to them? I said, you can talk to the kids, and the sheriff is talking to the kids. And he says, Mr. Herrera, I said, call me Dennis. Dennis, thank you for disciplining your children. We have to make these visits because there's people that abuse their kids. But I can see that you are a good father and you are disciplining your kids correctly. I'm glad that you swat their butts when they don't behave. And I'm glad that you're trying to raise good citizens for this country. That's what he said. I said, yes, sir. And the reason why I tell you this is because, the kids are not afraid of you, but they are obedient. They listen to you. I said, yeah, that's because I love my children. I hug them and kiss them all the time. But when they don't behave, they get a warning. They get a second warning, and they get a warning. You know what I'm saying? So they know better. He's like, I can tell your kids are happy. They love you. They're not afraid of you, and that's a good thing to see. And they're very friendly, so you're doing a good job, Dennis. So thank you and your wife for allowing us to come in here and, do this investigation. I'll make sure that we report what we saw. You know what? Never again. Now my kids are, teenagers. I think about a year or two, I spanked my daughter. Now I know I curse and stuff like this on my show, and, we're not perfect. But she didn't just curse at another kid. She cursed at the bus driver. Now, I don't care what the reason was. Let me deal with the bus driver if there is a problem. You know what I'm saying? So she told the bus driver, F you. And I said, I grabbed my belt. So is that what I teach you? To go out there and start cussing adults? Yeah, of course she starts crying immediately. And I said, don't let me hear again that you did that. And I gave her 2 swats on her butt. Teenager. I had such a great time this weekend. You guys heard me yesterday. I was so happy. And the thing is, for the 4th of July, I took my kids with me. And they had such a blast with the fireworks. The food was amazing. We had some Mexican carne asada. We got some Honduran barbecue. And all this is fantastic. The kids were having a blast. And it's just such a family, good old gay time. You know what I'm saying? And I didn't think anything of it. Nothing. I don't think anything of it. I let my kids just, hang out with the cousins and, whatever else and everything. And by the end of the night, see, there's this family, right? They're from Mexico, but they're native. They're actually a tribe in Mexico. I forgot what the name was of the tribe. But they're 2 kids. Well, they're like, teenagers, like 16, 17 years old. See, they were there, but they were very quiet. They never really interact with people. But when I was there, I kid you not, but when I was there, when they introduced them to me, I say, hey, what's up? And I give them a hand, and I always give a hug. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, oh, man, how are you? Man, you guys big, man. I was like, man, you guys look like natives. What's going on? Where you from? And they're like, oh, yeah, well, we are natives, Was like, yeah, I know you're from Mexico, but, man, you guys look like Navajo people. That's my people. And they're like, really, really? And just, made a conversation. Man, these kids had so much fun. They were free. They had no issues. We even talked about legal and illegal immigration and the consequences and the rewards. And they agreed and blah, blah, blah. And oh, my God, bro, we had such a great time. Here's the thing. I come back the next day so that we can watch the Mexico game against New England. Sorry, Mexico. I love Mexico, but New England kicked your ass big time. And Brazil also lost. Nonetheless, the Mexico-England game was fantastic. I loved it. I don't know what this bullshit of hydration break is, but, whatever. It used to be a Warriors game. Now it's a bunch of actors and sissies. But the game was fantastic. I know how hard it is to play soccer. I know how hard it is to be a goalkeeper. I've been a coach. I know the game. So I can appreciate the toughness of it, and I loved it. But here's what happened the next day that I go over it. I have the family over and some Mexican family as well, which is also my family. And they were, hey, Dennis, let me tell you something. Your kids. He said, well done. Hey, I'm not tooting my own horn. I'm telling you. I am telling you. It works. You got to discipline your kids, but you can't discipline them if you don't love them. You got to show them love. If you're a macho guy, you got to give them a hug. Give them a kiss. Tell your kids that you love them so that when you discipline them, they know the difference between good and bad. And they're like, you have such good kids. They're so respectful. They had such a blast. The two guys that we introduced you, they never interact with people. They're always quiet. But after they met you, these guys were free. They were having fun. Yes, they followed me for a long time because I was doing the fireworks with them. And I kept, shaking them, right, like a hug, like, oh, good job, man. Hey, high five, hey, boom, bah, boom, bah. Every time they looked for me, they started cracking jokes at me. You know what I'm saying? I was like, hey, easy, Tiger. You know what I'm saying? I'm a big joker, man. I have my quiet moments. Don't get me wrong. I do have my quiet moments. But I love people in general. I don't care what ethnicity, what culture. I love people in general. Now, depending on how you treat me, it's how I'm going to react. It's that simple. You know what I mean? So, again, discipline your children, but you got to give them love. You got to, it goes hand in hand. That way they can be obedient and respectful, not just to you, but to people out in society. You know what I'm saying? I just wanted to throw that in there. I know it turned into a story, but it's a true story. True story. All right, Mr. Dave, go ahead.
Blame the algorithm and TikTok. They're going to go after open spaces. It's new. Newport Beach is new, so they're going to go there. Punish the kids. Put them in jail, prosecute them. Your point about the state. By the way, I live in Miami. I saw that shutdown. I saw the shutdown of the George Floyd attempted riots and marches. Miami Beach said no more. You're going to jail. We're going to prosecute you if you're a juvenile under juvenile code, adult under adult code. And that's a big difference. But enough of this. They're damaging, destroying property, causing businesses. And where the parents are absent, then punish the kid. Because the kid or the young person, 18 or over, is an adult, punish them. Put them in jail for a night with an adult in a full adult facility if you're over 18. Let them meet a real criminal and look at their future.
Yeah, these officers are facing dangerous situations, and fireworks are no joke, just setting up random fireworks on the beach.
I think a lot of what we have discussed, rightly so, is reactive and having these people suffer the consequences, but proactive parents. But there's also getting ahead of the problem. Perhaps they're going to sit down today and think about what we could have done differently. They've never seen this in Newport Beach before. This was incredible. Right. These people are not from Newport Beach. The police are saying that these were people coming in from outside states with intent to harm and destruct and have this happen. So perhaps there needs to be a big discussion about monitoring social media to find out when these groups are organizing so that they can staff up, police up, and know to expect it and combat it.
Look, they need to go look at the algorithm, look at who started this, work with TikTok in this case. If you're going to go to the source and start punishing those people if you can.
All right. We will be right back. More Outnumbered in just a moment.
Let me tell you something. You guys have seen it. I don't have to tell you. you guys have seen how the Democratic Party has been dismantled, destroyed, because of the weakness, the gullibleness, the naiveness, or just plain old stupidity of the people put in office. You've seen when they do soft policies against crime, crime multiplies. Let me tell you a quick story. Let's see how quick it is. Let me tell you a quick story of 1989. 1989. If you're from Washington, you probably know this story. 1989, Tacoma, Washington. It was infested with Crips, mainly from California. And they were harassing the neighborhood on Ash Street. I think it was called Ash, Street Ash, or South Ash Street. And there was a ranger, an army man. It's a badass ranger, by the way. This is the guy that you won on the hard-ass missions. You know what I'm saying? And these Crips were out there selling drugs, destroying the neighborhood. Hey, Jose, how are you, buddy? Destroying the neighborhood. And make a story short, they threatened the ranger. They threatened the army man. I can't remember if he was a sergeant. I can't remember what his position was. Let me look it up real quick. I want to give him credit. Let me look it up real quick. See if I can find anything on it. Let's see. 1989 Ash Street shootout. Let's see if it gives me something. Okay. Let's take a look at Wikipedia here. Let's see. The Ash Street shootout was a gunfight on September 23rd. Yeah, that's the one. 1989 in the Hilltop neighborhood of Tacoma, Washington. Yep, it is. Okay, so here we go. Let's see. Between off-duty United States people associated with one rangers across the street neighbors who were suspected of drug dealing, but activity. Staff Sergeant Bill Folk and others have been advocating for more police action. Drug crime came to a head during a barbecue at Folk's home on Ash Street. So I tell you this story because, you know, back in 1989 or in the late 80s, they defunded the police. I know, it sounds corny, but they did. So they got rid of some of the police officers or the unit that was assigned to this area. And they went soft on crime. So these Crips were out there just owning the street. Violent. Criminals. This is what happens when you have soft laws on crime. And so Sergeant Bill Folk invited about 15 of his friends, I believe. Let me see. Both of the group's intelligence claimed that the Folk assistance, rangers who will probably own, start. Okay. So he invited about, 12 or so rangers and 15 to 20 people from across the street. Okay, here we go. Exchanged gunfire with handguns and long guns for 5 to 35 minutes until police arrived. Okay, so there is some, some undisclosed things that happened. You know, they don't want to give all the information. I think one guy was caught and, prosecuted. But then there's other people later that they had a warrant for their arrest, 32 to 52 something people, I think it was, something like that. And I tell you this because the Rangers had to step up and literally go to war against these criminals. If you defund the police and you have soft policies on crime, see, you got to know history so that you don't repeat it. These gangbangers, these Crips from California, thought they owned the place, like they do in California. This is where Reagan and his wife started saying, say no to drugs. Dare. No to drugs. So when people get mad at police officers, they're stupid. Cooperate. Don't make their life miserable. Don't make their job any harder than it is. Be grateful they are there to protect you and keep the peace. The Rangers, they didn't just come over here with some PTSD and started just shooting Americans. No, they were protecting the neighborhood. Before the shooting started, they were doing barbecues. They were inviting neighbors. They did a community watch and all this stuff. I've just gotten here to this country in that time. So just, things to think about. Now, this is what you have. You got teenagers, right? Let's acknowledge that this stuff starts at home. But it's very important that I tell you, love and discipline. Respect authority. You know what they did after the shootout? They funded the police again. That's right, Lisa. Same thing in Chicago. Same thing in New York. That's what they did in D.C. until Trump came in. And say, many blue cities and states can say no to me to a certain extent. But Washington, D.C., you don't get to say shit to me. I will bring order to the Capitol. And he did. And criminals hate it. And this Democrat Party, which again, let me tell you something. I felt this on my way to dropping my wife off. I felt this, a big conviction that I have to say this. A lot of Democrat Americans, you guys are not stupid. I understand if you're a loyalist, but you're not stupid. And I want you to know that every time that I talk about Democrats, you are not the libtard that I'm talking about. I know that if you are a Democrat, you are supporting the United States of America. You're on our side. I got you. So don't get offended by the name that Democrats are libtards, okay? Because Republicans can't be libtards as well. We got stupid people on both sides. But the main thing that I want to concentrate on is Americans loving America. That's it. Nothing else. All these dumbass people who continue to vote for socialists. You guys already know they're going to be communists. Some of them are communists. Mamdani. The Democratic Party today, think about this. If you are a real Democrat, like Trump was, if you are a real Democrat, why would you support that fake-ass party today when they are so un-American? They are anti-American. They don't love this country. They were cursing at us for celebrating 250th birthday of the United States of America. I hope that you would join us. And if you are a Democrat or Republican and you find some truth in what I say, do some research. Go find out. If you think I'm making up the story about Tacoma, go look it up. Go look. Ash Street Shootout, 1989, Tacoma, Washington. Read about it. Read all about it. New York can be saved. Unfortunately, there's going to be a few years of suffering, just like here in Washington. I can't not run for governor right now. I can't run for mayor right now. I wish, I'm going to tell you right now, I wish that I knew. I wasn't looking to get into office. Now it's like I'm being forced to start looking for office, to run for office. So it is a commitment. If Let's be honest. If I am still here in this country, in Washington State, it's getting tougher and tougher. I will run for governor. Whether they like it or not is irrelevant. If I have to run as an independent, so be it. If Republicans don't want to sponsor me, fuck them. I'm going to fight for Washington State, period. And I will collaborate with the federal government to clean up our crime and to make sure that American citizen rights and residents get upheld. Illegal immigrants have no legal rights in this country. I don't care what you think or what you believe, that they are giving us so much money into this economy. It's not true. We spend more money per illegal immigrant on the welfare system than those who are actually making a lot of money and paying a lot of taxes. That's just the reality of things. But anyways, that is not the full focus of this. I am absolutely qualified. I am a migrant. I know what illegal immigrants do. I know what the system has been made by Democrats. I know how Democrats are breaking our Washington State Constitution daily. I know how they're being tyrants, how they're oppressing the vote and the voice of the people, how they hide the voter rolls when we want audits. They hide the fact that illegal immigrants are being registered to vote. I know all about it, sir. You know what qualifies me? One simple thing. Not what I do for a living, not if I'm a lawyer, not if I'm a manager, not if I'm a CEO of a company, not if I'm a business owner. You know, the only one thing that qualifies me to run for office, I'm a fucking American citizen. So shut the hell up if you don't like it. With that being said, I can't wait for them to say, oh my God, you want to be a governor with that mouth? Yeah, I do. I do. Because my heart bleeds for the people. You know what I love about having common sense? You know what I love about having common sense? That when you come at me with that moral bullshit, you have none. And I will tear you apart every single time. Can judge me. Can judge this. Da, da, da, da, da, da, da, da. Can judge me. Da, da, da, da. My, can judge me. Original. Only here on the Dennis Herrera Show. Man, anyway, let's get into this. Let's go ahead and continue this. I had to tell you that story from Ash Street because the next clip that I'm going to play for you, yes, I have a couple of lives that we're going to visit, but that is not what I'm going to show you right now. I tell you this story because when you're soft on crime, we see the results. Let's not play stupid. We see the results. Democrats today, not the real Democrats, you guys are fantastic. Democrats today, they are communist, Marxist, socialists, they don't exist. Marxist, communists, let's just call them that because I'm tired of mentioning all three things at once. They're godless and they're lawless. For some reason, they love to worship kings, and yet they stand for no kings. For some reason, they call us Nazis and racist, and they curse at us, but then they want to vote for an actual Nazi, a pervert, a degenerate. That's crazy. It's crazy. But that's what the Democrats today do. Not you, the fantastic Democrats. You guys are Americans. We want you on our side. The libtards that continue to stay on the Democratic Party, those are the fucktards that we don't appreciate. Now, with that being said, talk to you about love, talk to you about discipline, I talked to you about responsibility as a parent, told you about responsibility as a teenager, and I also told you about being an American citizen, a patriot, respect authority, respect our army, respect our veterans. Happy 250th America. With that being said, let me go ahead and get you to proving to you that Democrats are everything that they tell us that we are. And I'm not talking about the nice things. All the evil things that they have called us, well, that's who they are. And they're being caught. Yeah, that's right. So let me go ahead and get this next clip ready here for you. Let me tell you what I like about Fox, man. I know you may think that I'm biased or that Fox, convinces me to think this way or to say this or to say that. No, I like Fox because they think the way I think. Sometimes I have given you information a year ago that now Fox is saying today. And I think it's mainly because they're feeling more free to be able to be a real news channel or journalist or whatever it is that they're doing. But I really like Fox. And these guys really get mad against criminals. Not the American people, not the American dream, not the flag, not veterans. America's first in Fox. And I love it because they get mad at criminals. With that being said, you know what's up. Let's take a listen to what Democrats support today.
Welcome to a special edition of Jesse Waters Primetime. I'm Charlie Hurt in for Jesse, and we start with a Fox News alert. Another bombshell scandal just blew up inside the Democrat tent. Graham Plattner, who's been accused of outrageous drinking, manhandling women, sexting outside of his marriage, and, having a Nazi tattoo, has just been accused of sexual assault. Former girlfriend just came out to Politico and accused Plattner of raping her inside her own home.
Oh my gosh, this is perfect. All the libtards that come into my channel asking for the Epstein files. Oh my gosh. Here's your chance to join us. Agree with us. Love it. Here's the facts. Here's the facts. You want to mention the Epstein files every time you get, hoping that Trump is going to be somehow in there. Complicated. Compromised. But he's not. Join me. Agree with me that this is bad. Here we go.
Back in 2021.
Did Graham Plattner rape you?
By definition, yes. Absolutely.
Because he had non-consensual sex with you?
Yeah.
Forced himself on you? Mm-hmm. Even after you had told him no and fought him off?
Yeah. He violated
I want to point out that this is CNN on Fox.
multiple layers of consent that night.
Jenny Brascott says she and Plattner dated on and off for 2 years until one night in 2021. She says she and Plattner had been texting earlier that day, and she had told him not to come over. But later that night, he let himself into her house anyway, drunk and uninvited, also known as breaking and entering. Brascott told Politico,
in other words, the new Democratic Party's hero is here.
He started grabbing her in the living room, and when she tried to get away, he followed her into the bedroom and forced himself on her as she begged him to stop.
So he had kind of jumped on top of me and indicated that he had intentions that were sexual in nature. And I remember just at first being like, hey, I'm not into this. I'm not in the mood. Don't, whatever. And it got to the point where I was like, okay, I feel like.
Tanya, the only thing that I'm going to tell you is this. Sometimes when you truly are a victim, see, in her case, they did have relationships, off and on. But no means no. It doesn't matter if you're a girlfriend at the time. If the girlfriend says no, it's still no. You don't get to rape somebody. What makes it weird is this, and I understand your point, Tanya. But the problem is this, that these victims, when they see their perpetrators being rewarded for lying, they're being looked at as heroes. It's kind of like having an open wound and somebody is just sticking their finger in there. And that looks kind of bad, but I'm talking about wounds, okay? They just stick their finger in there and just causing all this pain. So I will have to disagree with you on that one. That just because they're running for office, all of a sudden they want to come out. Yeah, I think that does happen. But the fact is that if you're in politics and this is what you're doing, well, when the truth comes out, you should listen to the victims. Now, if they are lying, well, then they should be punished for lying, not being paid hush money just because you don't want to deal with it in court. They should be punished. They should be prosecuted for raising false testimonies against these people. But as we know, what he does is true. He's a Nazi. He's an alcoholic. He's a party guy. For Pete's sakes, everybody's seen that video of him in his white undies. How can you say anything about Donald Trump and yet support this actual predator? You can't say shit.
I've said this enough times. Like, he's not listening to me or he's not hearing me. And I looked at him and I remember this very specific look in his eyes. And I could smell alcohol and I was like, this is different. He is heavily intoxicated. Like, and that blank stare was kind of like a photographic memory that I still have of that night.
She describes him as being, quote, almost blackout drunk.
In the morning, he woke up and he went to go put his arm around me. And so
I'm sure Nancy Pelosi and Kamala Harris endorsed this guy.
So I remember taking his arm and throwing it back at him. And I said, "Are you serious, Graham?" And he's like, "What?" And I'm like, "Do you not remember what happened last night?" He's like, "No." And I'm like, "Okay, I need you to get dressed and leave and never talk to me again. Like, nothing that happened was okay." And
I'm not saying she's completely innocent. What do you mean, get your clothes on and leave? If you don't remember what happened last night. I'm not making excuses for her, but the fact is that he's doing all this shit and he's supposed to be married, right? That's the candidate you want? After all this shit that people have been saying about Donald Trump? Get out of here with that, man.
he did. He just got up and got dressed and left and didn't seem concerned.
He didn't ask you.
He didn't ask me a single question.
Rascott says she cut off contact with Plattner after telling him the encounter was not consensual. She's also got receipts, messages with a friend calling Plattner consensually careless when drunk. Politico spoke to the man Rascott dated after the alleged incident and reviewed emails with her therapist that corroborate her story. But Plattner denies the allegations.
Any accusation of non-consensual behavior is categorically false, regardless of the inaccuracy of the reporting, but mindful of the political reality it will inflict. We are taking the time to reflect on the best path forward.
So, if he doesn't remember what happened last night, how would you believe what he just said? When you get intoxicated, this is why Christians say that it's a sin to drink. You shouldn't drink. If you have this type of level of problem, you shouldn't drink. If you tell the victim you don't know what the hell happened last night, all these allegations are false, he has no credibility. He has no credibility. So the fact that this victim comes out, even if you agree or disagree, I don't care. The fact is, there is no right time for a victim to come and say something. But something has to encourage a victim to come forth. Not every victim has the guts to go and embarrass themselves on private television. I mean, on public television. Not every victim can go and say this out of courage. Sometimes you have to be encouraged to say something. And running for office, that is a big encouragement. Fuck that guy. You mean he did this, got away with it, and he gets to run for office? Hell no. So it doesn't matter if the victim spoke before or now that he's running for office. It doesn't erase the fact that she's a victim. Now, the only time that I will go against her is if they prove that she was wrong. But she has all the proof. Friends know about it. There's witnesses. So it's not bullshit. You see what I'm saying? There is text that they're making, that he sent. There is proof that it happened. Now, see, the problem, Tanya, that you are thinking is, oh, now that he's running for office, you don't know that. You don't know if she's tried to say anything before. They have proof. She has proof. You can't just say a victim is not a victim because they waited for the wrong time. It's never the wrong time. There is no right or wrong time. It's just a time. See, I don't think like most people. See, the people who want to defend Republicans, they make excuses for that. I don't. If it's true, get them. Why do I defend Trump? They spent over 8 years trying to criminalize him, raise false testimonies, brought false witnesses. They have paid people, actors, etc., coming out, legacy media, trashing President Trump. And they found nothing. And about all the files that they released from the Epstein files, he is mentioned there thousands of times. Why? Because fucking Epstein hates President Trump. Period. Of course he's going to be mentioned. The problem is that he's not in there the way the Democrats want him to be. And that is the problem today. And all these people still claiming Epstein files, but they don't say shit about 450 children missing from the border. They don't say shit about the hundreds of thousands of women and children being raped and abused and trafficked to the southern border. They don't say shit about the cartels. They don't say shit about anything else that actually matters that is happening today. And they have a problem with the Epstein files. Isn't that crazy? Come on, man. Come on. Whether you left or right, Democrat or Republican, you know I'm going to get you. You know I'm going to get you. I do not tolerate false narratives. That's not who I am. That is not who I am. People think that because I defend Trump, what, I just worship the man? No. Because people accuse me of a lot of shit that is not true. So until they have evidence on Trump, they can say shit. But this lady has evidence. Let's say she was just from 10, 20 years ago, she was raped. There's nothing to back that up. There's nothing to back that up. And then I can say, oh, okay, yeah, because he's running for office now. Yeah, now fuck her. She's not a victim. You can't say that. You can't say that. Because she has proof. You might have missed that point. You may have missed that part. If there is proof, it doesn't matter if she did it before or didn't do it before, is doing it now or didn't do it now. It doesn't matter the right or wrong time. The fact is there is proof. And if it's legit, it's legit. They have proof. That's what I'm saying.
His campaign went even further, calling the story coached and coordinated by out-of-state establishment operatives. Jenny Roscott says she's no political operative.
But just to underline the point, you're not coming forward because you have any political motivation.
No, not at all. That was actually one of the huge reasons that I didn't come forward. And and still struggled. Like, that was a huge moral conflict to feel like.
Because you'd like a Democrat to be in the Senate.
Yeah, I like the things that he speaks about. They're important.
And she says her friends are voting for him anyway.
There are going to be Democrats who say, I believe you, but I don't care.
Yeah.
I'm going to vote for him anyway. Because we need a progressive voice in the United States Senate. Are you going to be okay with that? Are you going to be able to handle that? I'm not saying it's the right answer or the right response, but
No, I have friends who feel that way, and that's been a hard pill to swallow.
It's clear he knew the story was coming. Plattner canceled 3 campaign events over the weekend, with aides saying he wasn't feeling well. This is Democrats' worst nightmare. They knew Plattner was a wild card. Last month, after being exposed as a toxic boyfriend by accusers in the New York Times, the media begged him to come clean.
The GOP is going to dig up everything and more that they can.
Yeah, and probably lie at some point. I mean,
Is there something new you want to get ahead of?
no.
The New York Times lady was lied to, and she's not happy about it.
what do you make of Graham Plattner's campaign basically attacking this group trying to help survivors of sexual abuse?
It sounds like the desperate gasp of a dying campaign. I mean, this is not the first allegation. This is not the second allegation. This is a series now of allegations that are credible, that have been well reported in the mainstream media with reporters who have investigated them, who have corroborated the information. And now this woman is coming out publicly to you and to others to tell her story. And so at this point, I do not see a path forward for Graham Plattner and his campaign. And, you know, the question here is, what did they know and when did they know it?
Last month, Dem leadership wanted Plattner's word that there were no more skeletons in his closet, and he promised that there were not. Now it's clear that was a lie, and already Democrats are pulling their endorsements. Ro Khanna and Ruben Gallego, Chuck Schumer, the main Democrat Party, and even Elizabeth Warren are already out. Plattner's a dead man walking. Dems have until July 13th to replace him on the ballot, and you better believe they will, because this race was never actually about Graham Plattner for them. It's about the woman Democrats are desperate to unseat.
To take back our power and to take back our Senate seat. Throughout it all, you never turned your back on me, and I will not turn my back on you now. Every one of you deserves to see that vision come to fruition and see Susan Collins defeated. And we will use every tool at our disposal to do so.
Be sure to like and subscribe for.
We are great, but libtards still make us look bad. So we are hoping that our Democratic Party comes back. And that will make us great again, I think. Yeah, America's great because we now have secure borders and, well, we have a fantastic, phenomenal president. Now, I got something here. Let me see if I have it available. There's something that I want to share with you. Where is he? Oh, man, I should have saved that. I think I might have saved it on... Let's see, maybe watch later. No, I didn't save it. Doggone it. I think I was probably on my different profile. Let me see if I can see it. There's a video out there. I really wanted to share this guy's content. All right, here we go. I find him. All right, his name is John Stossel. Okay, now... Here, he's going to tell us, he says, the complete guide to socialism versus capitalism. Myths explained. Now, I don't know if he's pro-socialism or pro-capitalism. I just thought maybe we'll watch something together and see what our understanding of it is. Let's take a look.
make the least amount of money.
We can either have extreme wealth inequality or we can have a fair economy.
Many people are upset about America's big differences in wealth, and they say socialism would just be better.
Socialism is the way forward.
It's time to take a closer look at the socialism these people want.
This is class war!
We are committed to transforming our society into one based on freedom, equality, and solidarity.
The belief that socialism will bring that is why it's now as popular as capitalism among young people. Another big reason is, oddly, this 90-year-old, linguist Noam Chomsky. Students study his work in class, and colleges pay him up to $30,000 to speak.
Thanks very much.
Yet for generations, Chomsky misled students by calling capitalism a grotesque catastrophe. I thought the fall of Soviet communism would put an end to such nonsense. Surely everyone would now see the catastrophe is socialism. But no, socialism has come back strong. So in this video, we'll bust 5 myths about socialism and even more myths about capitalism. We start with socialism and the claim that that wasn't real socialism.
The Soviet Union, this was about as remote from socialism as you can imagine.
It's absurd to say that the Soviet Union was remote from socialism.
Economist Ben Powell reminds us that when the Soviets made private business illegal,
that's about as close as the world ever saw to the pure socialist end of the spectrum.
But whenever socialism fails, people always say that wasn't real socialism.
It doesn't prove anything about socialism in other countries.
Working people have to be in control of production. The Soviet Union was the exact opposite of that. Working people had no control over anything.
But that's the problem. That is what socialism inevitably delivers.
Socialism means abolishing private property in the major things that go into production and replacing it with some form of collective ownership. In
America, you got to get educated. You got to get educated. I'm glad. The video is what I thought it was, to be honest. But, I have been telling everybody since I started making videos about this, politics and stuff. I stand by it. I seen the history in Cuba. I seen that in my own country, in Venezuela. It's the same thing that is happening right now. Again, and now they dare to bring that shit here to the United States of America, and they think that we're not going to do anything. You remember what was it back in the 50s, 60s? What was it? I forget what year it was, what decade it was, but you remember when Americans were out there saying something about against communists, something. What was this? There was a catchy slogan that they had, but they were against communists. They were out there actually protesting. Americans were actually protesting against communism. And Americans today, the young generation, they just don't know what the hell they're talking about. They have believed a lie that is meant to destroy our country, that is meant to destroy our very freedoms that they so-called fight for. Pay attention. It's not me. Professionals, educators, they're saying it. It's not just me. Think about that.
Practice, this means state ownership and control. And the Soviet Union had an abundance of that.
Of course, the Soviet Union is now gone, so some say
there is no true socialist country that exists today.
But there is. Look at Venezuela.
Just eating is a luxury.
When I say socialism created hardship there, people trash me on my own social media. Read a book. Venezuela's not socialist. Think a bit. I'll do better than that. I'll listen to the politician who wrecked Venezuela.
El capitalismo es el reino de la injusticia.
Because capitalism is tyranny. Hugo Chavez said his government must take over businesses.
¿Y este edificio?
Es un edificio que tiene comercio privado de joyería.
Expropiese. Expropiese.
That's...
You guys remember, I told you about this. Remember I told you that Hugo Chavez, he convinced the people to vote for him under the premises of socialism. And then when the economy, when the money was running out, he started going out there and taking businesses, literally just taking them away. That's what he's doing right there. He points, okay, what's the building? Oh, they're doing this and that, and this is the kind of business. He's like, yeah, we're taking that. That's exactly what I was telling you about, that Hugo Chavez was doing. That's communism. My libtard friends, you have been lied to. Please pay attention to this video. I'm liking this video a lot.
Socialism. The socialists turned the richest country in Latin America, the nation with the biggest oil reserves in the world, into the poorest country.
Did you hear that? They turned the richest country into the poorest. Don't insult my intelligence. Don't be an ignorant. You gotta know the truth when you see it. Dark Hunter, it used to be 17-year-olds had the balls to go out and fight in a war. These days, 17-year-olds cry because they have balls. That is true. That is, hey, thanks for the super, by the way. That is true. You know, it's pathetic, isn't it? It's pathetic. And here they are. This is a fact. Go look it up. Look it up. You know what? You know why I tell you it's a fact? Because I did the research. I knew about Venezuela when I was a teenager, a young teenager in Honduras. I knew about communism. Even after I came here to this country, I still knew what was happening in Central and Latin America and South America. You guys, you Americans don't pay attention to history. You just worry about your little skateboard and what kind of drugs you're going to do next. But you don't think about the future of this country. See, so when the patriots come out here and say something about it, this is why we get pissed against those elders that they should know these things. But they don't. I'm glad I played this video because I've told you guys exactly what he's saying today. And I told you this a very long time ago. So I am very happy that I'm actually playing this video, man. Look it up. There's a date. There's a paper. Go Google it. Yeah, that's right, Jose. Jose Duarte. Socialism is an excuse for the government to impose communism.
But it's not clear that that crisis has anything to do with their socialist policies.
That's myth, too. Venezuela's failure has
little to do with socialism and a lot to do with poor governance.
Some of Chavez's programs could have been sustainable if he pursued a sound economic policy.
Yeah, some of his policies could be sustainable if he had a sound economic policy called capitalism.
Why does it have to be capitalism? Oliver is saying if he just managed it better.
It's a story about epic mismanagement.
Or here's how Al Jazeera puts it.
Economic policies have failed to adjust to reality.
That's the nature of socialism, is for their economic policies to fail to adjust to reality. Because economic reality is evolving every day. It's millions of decentralized entrepreneurs and consumers who are making fine-tuning adjustments to this.
In our capitalist society, when COVID hit,
what did we start seeing? Millions of entrepreneurs adjusting without government orders of how to deliver their products and services.
Servers have switched roles to delivery drivers while bartenders have turned into sales reps.
Restaurants installed the heat lamps, expanded patios, did delivery.
All the reporters complained about the absence of federal direction. No central authority could possibly direct all these individual adjustments in thousands of different places. In fact, federal direction would have prevented all that.
In a market economy, the great thing is everybody's little adjustments gets tested and we get to see what works.
Blockbuster was great, but then people were offered something better.
TV shows and movies at your command.
By contrast,
in a socialist economy, you get a one-size-fits-all adjustment, and you miss out on this learning process where some entrepreneurs copy others when they see things successful, and they stop doing it when it's not.
For example, East Germany's socialist planners pushed these Trabants.
Bequem für 4 Erwachsene.
They said the cars were great.
Wendig. Schnell.
But it was a terrible car. Hard to drive, and it spewed pollution.
Even when West Germans were building Volkswagens, BMWs, and Porsches, East Germans were stuck with Trabants.
In a socialist economy, every one of the minor adjustments needs to be commanded. One mind who has to know all of those teeny adjustments, communicate it down, and get everybody to do the right thing. That's impossible.
No government department can manage millions of individual decisions and prices. When they try, shortages occur, and money loses value.
If you work the whole month, you can buy 1 hamburger.
Here's another excuse for Venezuela's failure.
Oil prices plummeted in 2014, and Maduro failed to adjust.
Vox made this video called The Collapse of Venezuela Explained. In the whole video, they never mention socialism once. They blame falling oil prices.
The oil price is a complete distraction. There's plenty of countries around the world that depend on oil revenue. When oil prices went down, the people there didn't start losing weight. That just happened.
And by the way, when the oil price did go down, because that is true, when the oil price went down, the people who suffer was the Venezuelan people. But Hugo Chavez was still living a lavish life as a billionaire. He was still spending millions of dollars for what he wanted. And this is exactly what they were preaching against. And yet they were making themselves rich. Does that sound familiar with the Democratic Party? How many millions and millions of dollars do they make on a salary of $225,000 a year? Think about that for a second. Oh, the truth shall set you free, my friends. The government, communist government, continues to receive and exploit the money, but the people are the ones that pay the price. Tell me, Manuel Correa, why should I shut up? Why should I shut the hell up? Tell me. Are you a fucking commie? If you're a fucking commie, get off my channel. I will bind you permanently if you're a fucking commie.
Venezuela.
Some people respond to my videos by saying people in Venezuela and Cuba struggle not because of socialism, but because of our sanctions and embargo.
They certainly don't help the people, but it's an afterthought as a reason for their suffering.
In Cuba,
they drive around 1950s U.S. cars, but we don't have a blockade on them. There's no U.S. Navy destroyers preventing Kia, Fiat, or whoever else around the world from sending them cars. The reason for their suffering is they have an economic system that can't deliver.
Here's myth number 3. Socialism does bring good things if it's democratic socialism.
The examples of failed socialism that critics use are not socialist democracies, but authoritarian states.
Democratic socialists denounce all that. The key word for them, democratic. They believe that both the government and the economy should be run by the people by way of the ballot box.
Esta es la hora del pueblo bolivariano.
But Venezuela's socialist was elected.
Aquí no hay dictadura. Yo he sido electo aquí 3 veces.
They can start off democratically elected, and then once they centralize control over the economy, it becomes impossible to democratically unelect them. Now, Maduro rules while ordering state employees to vote for him or they lose their job.
Maduro blatantly buying votes.
They put food aid stations next to polling places and you get rewarded with rations if you vote correctly. Now democracy there is a sham.
It always becomes authoritarian? Always?
Everywhere you try socialism, that's what you get.
Why?
It's hard to exercise political freedom if you don't have economic freedoms. If you're dependent upon the state for your livelihood, you lose your ability to use your voice to oppose them because you can be punished.
But unfortunately, people don't realize that when they're promoting democratic socialism.
Democratic socialism is your kid's public school.
It's the researchers and scientists paid with our taxes.
It's our interstate highway system.
We're not purely capitalist. There are some industries that are government-owned, operated, and controlled, socialized, if you will. It's no accident that when you look at these and think about things that are inefficiently done and underperforming, our public education, our congested streets, these socialized industries don't work well.
But what about
Norway? It's as socialist as they come.
Instead of Cuba or China, think Sweden.
Myth 4. Socialism does work well in Scandinavia. But Scandinavian countries are not socialist.
Sweden isn't socialist. Volvo is a private company. Go to restaurants, hotels, they're privately owned. Markets organize the vast majority of Swedish economic activity.
But Sweden
did have a period in the 1970s and 1980s when we had something that resembled socialism. A big government that taxed and spent heavily. There were waiting lines to get health care. People couldn't get the pension that they depended on for the future. At that point, the Swedish population just said, enough, we can't do this.
So Sweden cut taxes and cut government spending. They privatized trains, sold state-owned businesses.
When I talk about democratic socialism, I'm looking at countries like Denmark.
When American politicians wrongly called Scandinavia socialist, Denmark's prime minister came to America to refute them.
Denmark is far from a socialist planned economy. Denmark is a market economy.
In fact, Denmark today ranks higher in economic freedom than the U.S.
With much freedom to pursue your dreams and live your life.
Finally, myth 5. Socialism is completely different from fascism. When a congressman said,
the potential is out there for another Hitler, socialist like Hitler, to come along.
Another congressman said he was wrong.
It's the Nazis that's terrible, not the socialists. They were Nazis who killed Jews, and I get offended when you compare socialists to Nazis.
They were fascists.
It's true.
He said it was Hitler that killed the Jews, no socialist. Right? Is that that's what he said, right? Who, until now, with the scandal of the rape issue, who was voting for Nazis? Democrats. And what do they call themselves? Socialist Democrats. And what do Democrats have in common with Hitler? They all hate the Jews, don't they? Oh, it's too much coincidence. I think not.
That fascism and socialism aren't exactly the same, but they do have a lot in common.
They both replace market decision-making with command and control. While socialism abolishes private property and replaces it with state ownership, fascism leaves private ownership in nominal terms at least, but replaces decision-making with state control and orders. As an average person living your life, whether under socialism or fascism, you lose your autonomy, your control over your own future. Only under capitalism do you have the freedom to say no. Entrepreneurs offer you their services, they offer you employment, you can say no and choose a better path for yourself. Yep. You don't get that same type of choice when someone else is planning the economy.
Powell and another economist wrote a book about socialist countries.
We went to Socialism 2018, the biggest gathering of young socialists, and they pointed out lots of problems in the United States, problems with migration, with war, with policing. The problems they were identifying were the product of bad government that the U.S. is giving them, not capitalism.
Socialism appeals because it promises fairness and equality.
Resources should be allocated to those who need them.
They hear the preaching of socialism about equality, but they don't look on what it actually delivers. The history of humanity is of poverty, starvation, early death. This was true throughout our history until very recently. In the last 20 years, we've seen more humans escape extreme poverty than any other time in human history, and that's because of markets.
Right. Free markets. Capitalism. That's what makes us richer. But everywhere, people trash capitalism.
No system has redistributed wealth from the poor to the rich as effectively as our own.
I call it slavery by another name.
We covered the biggest myths about socialism. Now we'll bust 7 myths about capitalism.
No one ever makes $1 billion. You take $1 billion.
That's myth 1. Capitalists get rich by taking money from others.
Jeff Bezos has what, $100 billion? Yeah, his wealth is making a lot of people poor.
People assume that because they think
we have a finite amount of money.
A finite amount. So when they win, you lose. But that's not true, because entrepreneurs create new wealth. Research shows that when they got rich,
they only kept 2.2% of the additional wealth they generated for the economy.
Economist Dan Mitchell.
In other words, the rest of us captured almost 98% of the benefits.
Today, Apple is going to reinvent the phone.
Yes, Steve Jobs kept billions. But by creating Apple, he gave us more. So many new jobs. And he added billions to our economy, all by creating tech that makes our lives better.
I hope that we get 100 new...
Now give me a socialist who has created millions of jobs. Huh? Go ahead. Give me a socialist that has created millions of jobs. Zero. A zero. There is none.
Super billionaires, because that means that there's 100 new people who have figured out ways to make the rest of our lives better off.
Let's abolish billionaires. This former labor secretary says
entrepreneurs like Jeff Bezos would be just as motivated by, say, $100 million or even $50 million.
Ooh. But he misses the most important fact about capitalism.
I'm not giving Jeff Bezos any money unless he's selling me something that I value more than that money.
Billionaires.
No one deserves to have that much money.
None of these zillionaires needs that much money.
If you put a cap on how much money someone can make, are they going to continue innovating? No. Maybe you just decide to take it easy. You retire. You sail a yacht around the world. You're going to start consuming instead of saving and producing.
When I say things like that, people call me a complete moron and tweet, more money in the richest hands means money sitting in the bank doing nothing. But that's an ignorant view of banks. In reality,
that money gets lent out,
which allows other people to build businesses, buy homes, get educated.
New machinery, tools, factories, equipment, technology.
Still, we hear
the rich getting richer and the poor getting poorer.
That's myth too. The truth is that the poor and middle class are getting richer too.
The economic pie grows. We are much richer than our grandparents, and our grandparents were much richer than their grandparents.
For thousands of years, the world had almost no wealth creation. Then some countries tried capitalism.
My only question is always to the so-called socialist Democrats. How do you create wealth? Their number one answer? Survey said, we tax the rich. Bing! Is that right? So that's how you create wealth. You take it from the capitalist. I call that theft. You ask any socialist Democrat, how do you pay for your projects? We tax the rich. We tax the working Americans. That's how we make money. Oh, yeah, we're definitely going to support the Democrats today. Yeah, socialists. Yeah, we're going to support that. Tell me, how are you going to create wealth to pay for your social programs? I've been waiting for this answer for 50 years. Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead. You're actually dumb. Yeah, go ahead. Answer the fucking question. Shut me up by answering the question without saying taxing the rich. Go ahead, socialist libtards. Answer the damn question. How are you going to create wealth without taxing the rich? Good luck with that bullshit.
You can see that per capita GDP is climbing and climbing and climbing.
Capitalists helped everyone, including the poor.
They do by bringing cheaper and better food to my supermarket. They do it by providing better goods and services.
So high tech, it could only come from Motorola.
Look how communications changed. 25 years ago, phones looked like this. Then we got the BlackBerry, the iPhone.
Way smarter than any mobile device has ever been.
Now we have cheap smartphones. When the media say
the middle class is in decline.
America's middle class is in decline.
Well, they're right.
But they miss why.
It's shrinking because more and more people are moving into those upper income quintiles. The rich get richer in a capitalist society, but guess what? The rest of us get richer as well.
The average family today is almost a third richer than 40 years ago because capitalists compete to get our dollars. Of course, this assumes there's competition, but I'm told that's no longer true. In fact, I'm a miserable, selfish pig for not saying that monopolies destroyed the free market. Some Republicans and Democrats say that's why tech companies must be broken up.
Calling Facebook, Amazon, and Apple all monopolies.
But are they really monopolies?
We do have monopolies. The government school system, the postal service. Monopolies are almost always a creation of government intervention.
Blocking competition, for example.
Keeping your phone system the best in the world.
Government granted Ma Bell a monopoly on phone calls. And in 30 years, their phones went from this to, well, just this.
Always improving. That's the Bell system for you.
A short phone call cost $17. Ma Bell got away with that because government banned competition.
In a free market economy, it's impossible to have a monopoly because if somebody manages to get a lot of market share and they try to raise prices, new competitors are going to spring up and they're going to draw away the customers.
That happened to Blockbuster. It charged late fees. Netflix promised no late fees. Blockbuster soon went out of business. But people say today's tech companies are uniquely powerful. No one can compete with them.
I use DuckDuckGo as my search engine. I don't use Google. But guess what? Even if I used Google and Facebook for 10 hours a day, no one's holding a gun to my head. They're obviously providing something of value. Heck, they're providing free search engines, free social media.
Just 14 years ago, people called MySpace a monopoly. Then Facebook proved them wrong. Our government once called U.S. Steel, Pan Am, IBM, Internet Explorer, and Kodak monopolies. That's something to consider next time you hear
Big tech are the robber barons of the 21st century.
Robber barons like Rockefeller and Vanderbilt, and we'll get to them shortly. But first, myth 4. Free markets create unsafe workplaces. Only government through agencies like OSHA can stop that.
I've had some show me charts showing, oh, look at how workplace fatalities have come down ever since OSHA was created. Well, I actually went to that same data source and I looked at the decades before OSHA was created.
No wonder the bureaucrats don't show us that. Fatality rates were already going down just as fast. Why?
As we become richer, we become safer.
The wealth capitalism creates lets us afford safety devices and build machines to do the most dangerous work.
In capitalist societies, we have cleaner water, cleaner air, better lifestyles. We need more capitalism because when people get rich, they can afford more safety.
But before government protected us, I'm told unfettered capitalism created evil robber barons,
collecting great riches at the expense of workers who toiled, often in dangerous conditions, for little pay.
But little pay compared to what?
When we look back upon factory life 100 years ago, we think, oh my God, that's terrible. Because by our standards today, it is terrible. But compared to toiling for 14 hours a day on a farm for half as much money, that stage of our economic development was practically nirvana.
Still, most people were poor while
the robber barons amassed a huge amount of wealth. Folks like John D. Rockefeller, who created the oil industry.
People still call Rockefeller a robber baron, but he wasn't born rich, and he didn't rob. Rockefeller got rich by inventing ways to deliver oil for less.
John D. Rockefeller kept lowering the price. That's why he got more market share.
No one was forced to buy his oil. And although the media implied that people suffered to support the fat cats, the entrepreneur's innovations actually made almost everyone better off.
In the 1800s, the era of the so-called robber barons, we went from agricultural poverty to a country characterized by middle-class prosperity.
Cornelius Vanderbilt was another tycoon the anti-capitalist media called a robber baron. But he too was no baron. He was born poor. At age 11, he quit school to work on boats. Then he invented ways to make travel cheaper. He cut the New York Hartford fare from $5 to $1. His competitors didn't bother because they were used to friendly politicians giving them subsidies. That's not capitalism. That's corporatism. Only when politicians leave capitalism largely alone does it create wealth. Still, I hear that capitalism just isn't good for us.
Capitalism is not designed to optimize our well-being.
Does anyone still believe that cheaper iPhones or more Amazon deliveries of plastic garbage from China are going to make us happy?
We're not buying iPhones and plastic garbage unless we think it's better for us than the dollars that we have in our bank accounts. Capitalism is the only system that gives people the liberty to make their own choices. I want liberty.
However,
I want liberty as well. I'm telling you, I have a hard time pausing this video. This video is phenomenal. I encourage you to go to Stossel TV, like and subscribe, drop a message and say, hey, Dennis Herrera sent us for the Dennis Herrera Show. I appreciate people that give good information, things that make common sense, things that have backing, that have some facts, proof, historical proof, and it is crazy for me to see that there is still a lot of Americans that support this whole idiotic idea of socialism. Socialism doesn't exist by itself. Socialism is just oppresses the people. People don't understand why it does. But let me tell you where socialism works. Socialism works in an environment where you can farm, you can fish, where you can gather items to feed everybody in the village. And, you feed according to the size of the family. But the thing is, like, everybody has to pitch in. And we're talking about small tribes environment, for example. You can go fishing. Okay, well, everybody that goes fishing brings all the fish together, and then you divide it amongst the families. Everybody that's farming, they bring all the farming products that they have, and they divide it amongst the families. If somebody needs a house built, well, everybody goes and cuts down a tree, and they build this and that. And, this is socialism. This is how it's supposed to work. The problem is that when you live in an economy that uses money as value, whether you want to call it gold or silver or whatever it is that you're trading for money, when you're working with wealth like that, not everybody is happy to just have a roof over their heads. Some people want a mansion. Some people want a bigger 80-inch television. It's okay if you want those things. But capitalism teaches us that if you want nice things, you got to work hard for them. You got to sacrifice. You got to invest. There's better ideas to create that wealth. You create a company, you sell a product, and you hire people to build that product. You are giving help to those who want to find a way to make money. If you don't like the wages from that company, as simple as you go to another one. And if you don't like the wages from that company as well, you can become your own business owner. And if you don't have the skills to become your own business owner, then you fucking have to settle for the wages that you do get paid. It's very simple. I don't understand why it's so hard to understand. I don't understand why it's hard to understand for people. People that come in here and tell me, get a real job. This is a fucking job. You do what I do. You don't call me a grifter. You call me a coconut trader. Whatever. You come in here with all these insults, but you have no foundation. You have no facts. You have only accusations and nothing backs it up. You have no relevance. Your ideas are stupid on the left. You fight me against communism, and yet you fail to give me one way to make wealth without taxing somebody else or without taking somebody else's money. How do you create wealth? The answer never comes from the left. Not one socialist communist has an answer to create wealth without taking it from somebody else. Giving somebody a job is not taking their money, it's giving them money and rewarding you for your sacrifice, for your investment. There's a big difference. You want the wealth that billionaires have? Go do what they do. Oh, they were born into money? Is that right? Ask that to the Starbucks CEO, who himself was a poor man. And because of his investments, hard work, his ethics, now he's a billionaire. If he can do it, so can you. And stop making excuses. Man, this video is pretty good. Good job, Mr. John Stossel. Great job.
Now I'm told
A robot is probably going to take your job.
that's our last myth. Capitalism will take away everyone's job.
50% of the workforce being completely eliminated, as in no more jobs for them.
For years, experts predicted employment will decline. But so far, it's never happened. When markets are free, some people do lose jobs, and that's hard on them and their families.
If I was a typewriter builder 30 years ago, the personal computer probably destroyed my job. If I was a candle maker, electricity destroyed my job.
It's upsetting when any person loses a job. But
You know what's funny to me, and I talked with Robert about this before, and some of you guys out there. What's funny to me is that the people bitch and complain about the economy. Listen. If you want something nice, you work for it. If you want something better, you work for it. Let's say gas is very expensive right now. You know who's not bitching about gas prices? Remember this, Rush Babe? The Geo Metro drivers are not bitching about gas prices. You know, for the longest time, do you know why I wouldn't buy a big rig, like a big truck or anything like that? Because they consume a lot of fuel. And I can't afford that. So I got to go buy me a compact car that'll give me 36 to 45 miles a gallon instead of 6 to 12. If you can't afford a big truck, get your ass a small car. Or stop bitching about it. Some guy put in here on the chat, oh my God, I spent $3. What did he say? What was it? $3 for 2 boiled eggs at the grocery store. And I said, well, why don't you go buy 12 eggs for $1.99 and boil them yourself? Oh my God, this chopped watermelon, oh, it's so expensive. Motherfucker, why are you buying that? Go get the watermelon. You chop it up in pieces. People complain how expensive it is to buy groceries, and yet they order on Amazon Fresh, delivered to their house. Why? Go get it yourself. I get it. The conveniences, right? The conveniences for the people. I don't like going to the stores. So if I pay a higher price, I don't bitch about it. I know. I can go and get a 6-pack of T-shirts for $10. Or I can go get me 2 T-shirts for $30. You choose how much to spend. It's not mandatory that you gotta have a luxury vehicle to drive. You know, Audis, Mercedes, these kind of vehicles use super for gas. If you can afford expensive gas, it's all you, baby. It's all you. I can't afford what you have. I can't afford the house you have. You can go and get $1 million house. You'll be in debt for the next 30 years, but you can go do that. I can't even qualify to get a house for $1 million. So I'm going to go and try to find a house for $250,000. I'll probably pay off that house before you do. But that's what I go for. I go and get what I can afford. And if I make more money, then I can upgrade to the next level. It's common sense. I'm not a genius. Yeah, I need to open a daycare or a hospice. I think hospice is better. I don't have to worry about kids. Well, I didn't lead her the right way. Yeah, need to open up a hospice. That's what I need to do. Anyways, man, I don't want to use this whole video from this guy. John Stossel. Check him out. Check him out. Check him out. Check him out. Woo! Celebrating 250th birthday, America. Man, God bless you, American citizens. All of you patriots. Man, I'm telling you, man. Listen. This is the greatest country on earth. It truly is. And just like my sister Liz Ann says, if you are poor in America, you are rich in a third world country. That is basically true. But unfortunately, you can take your poor money to a third world country because it won't last. It will just be gone just as fast. Unless you can continue to make that amount of poor American money, and then you can continue to live a very nice life on a third world country. Most American expats, they like to go to Asian countries like the Philippines, Thailand, Laos, etc. They don't care about freeways. They don't care about skyscrapers. They don't care about none of that. All they care about is having a roof over their heads, having a woman that is going to take care of them, going to massage them, cook for them, clean for them. And they don't even care about being rich. They just want to be able to have a roof over their heads and have a purpose in life. You know what? That's what it's all about. That's what it's all about. Oh, thank you, the killer. the nothing killer. Appreciate it. Hey, thanks for becoming a member. I wanted to say that in person. I did put that comment down in there, and I appreciate you for doing that. But you know what? It's just speaking facts. It's just giving you the truth. You're going to see people come in here and they say, oh, this guy's full of shit. Oh, what a liar. Lies, lies, lies. You know, they come in here and say, oh, this dumb shit. But in reality, I'm just a guy that appreciates America. And if they have better things than me, if Americans have better things than me, fantastic. They work for it. Who am I to take their wealth away? All I got to do is do what they do, and I can make money. You know, I talk to people who have a big house, big yard, and I say, man, what do you do for a living? Well, I own my own company, and I do this, and oh shit, I can't do that. I can't do that. But well, he has a nice house, a big yard. He has his own business. I can have the same business if I wanted to, but I'm not doing that shit. You know what I'm saying? Whatever it is, I'm not doing it. But socialist Democrats, they like to condemn those people. No. You go put in the effort. You go to work. You go make the sacrifice and make that kind of money. You are free to do the same thing that person is doing. I gave him props. I was like, man, you kick ass. Your house is beautiful. The yard is huge. Huge. I'm talking about acres. Acres of land. Beautiful. Beautiful. But I'm not willing to do the work that he does. So God bless him. And I pray to God that he prospers him more, gives him more business. You know, when I worked for Comcast, I worked for Comcast for 9 years. I never considered myself a sales guy. But I was the number one. I was the number one sales agent in that department. And I was in technical support, just so you know. And then I decided to do technical support for broadband when it came out. Internet, fast internet, HD, telephone, all of that stuff. I always volunteer. I always learn the next step of technology. And supervisors will have me call because they didn't know shit about Comcast product. Listen, I can hate on those supervisors because I knew better and more than they ever would in their lifetime. But for some reason, they just wouldn't give me the job. They always found a woman. A woman or a gay guy or a lesbian. Yeah. You know, Comcast went the whole LGBTQ first before everybody else. And then ABC and NBC and then MSNBC. They all went gay. No. Even though I don't work for Comcast, even though I'm pissed. No, I'm not pissed. Even though I was upset back then, Comcast is still the best company out there. Period. It's the best. Now, those of you who are suffering with bad reception, bad wiring, that is your piece of shit cabling system in your neighborhood, in your property. You know what I'm saying? Don't blame Comcast. Now, I'm not, vouching for them, but I'm going to tell you. I work for Comcast because I believe in the product. I truly believed in the product. I've seen satellite internet. I've seen satellite digital. The best customers for satellite television were Mexicans, Hispanics. They got the Univision A, B, C, and D, and Galavision A, B, C, and D, and all the Spanish channels, and all these Korean channels, and Chinese, and all these foreigners. That's who use satellite cable. But the rest of the people use Comcast. I'm going to tell you, I receive thousands and thousands of complaints on service. Here's one complaint I got one time. Ready? Here we go. There's an old man. He sounded old. At least he sounded old on the radio, on the phone. The call was escalated to me. Yes, I was an advocate. They called our department the advocate department. We're the last contact that you will make about anything. Phone, TV, internet, etc. 3 people. How incompetent people are. It never ceases to amaze me. I get the phone call. The guy says, my cable's out. And I said, oh, okay. I let the guy cuss at me for about 2 minutes. Just cussing. Fuck Comcast and all your piece of gee. The guy was pissed. And I said, okay, well, sir, before we continue, I want to guarantee you that I will fix the problem for you, either over the phone or I will make sure a technician comes over to your house. I said, what's wrong with the cable? Besides that it's not working, how did it happen? He said, I don't know, it just stopped working. And I said, okay, can you do me a favor? Can you check, the connections on the back? Very basic troubleshooting. It's like, no, I already checked that. They had me do that before. Everything works. Everything is connected. But I still got no cable. I said, sir, do me a favor. Now, this is a trick that I always used on customers to force them to cooperate. You have to have your TV, this back then, on channel 3 for your cable box to work. So I said, can you do me a favor and put your TV on channel 3? He's like, it's already on channel 3. I said, okay. Can you do me a favor? Can you can you put the TV on channel 4? And this is what he says. You ready for this? When I think of libtards, this is it right here. Now, he told me the TV was already on channel 3 because it was. The cables were plugged in because they were. But when I told him to change it to channel 4, he says, how the hell do you want me to do that? There is no power. I kid you not. There was a power outage in his house. That's why the cable was not working. The TV was on channel 3 because that's where it was when the power went out. So he spent time with multiple reps from Comcast bitching and complaining about no cable. And the whole time, he had no power in the house. How the fuck do you want the cable to work when you have no electricity in your house? That, my friends, is the definition of a libtard. True story. True story. Not making it up. Now, with that being said, what time is it? 11:45 a.m. I do have one that I think is fantastic, but we're going to have the meeting with President Trump and the Republic of Turkey. But I want to play the live that we had yesterday. I didn't get a chance to play it for you. But we will today. So this is from yesterday. Now this is the live stream that was sent out before the Rose Garden that I showed you yesterday. So let's go ahead and welcome President Trump here and the people here. Let's see what messages they have for us. And then we'll go ahead and welcome the president of Turkey, which, by the way, it's already, been live before. If you are new to my channel, hey, thank you so much for being here. Don't forget to hit that like button. I appreciate that. Share this if you find it interesting, if you find it entertaining, and if you find that it has a lot of truth. All right, you got to make sure that you use common sense. Critical thinking is a must for American citizens. The moment that you give that up is the moment that you doom yourself and your family. All right, with that being said, let's go ahead and take a listen to President Trump, the greatest POTUS of the United States of America, of course. That's just repeating what POTUS stands for. But here we go. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
It's never happened before, I would say. And we have some very brilliant people representing two exchanges. First time you've ever come together and like, this is going to be very interesting. What do we do it every day? Bring people together. That's what I'm known for. Bringing people together. So anyway, that's great. Nice having both. Thank you, everybody. So let's see. The status is we have the press. They don't want to know anything about soccer/football. Fortunately, they won't be asking any questions on that. Nobody cares about that, right? This is about the Trump accounts, which are absolutely incredible for children. Children can, at the age of 18 and after, become very wealthy people, come into the world with essentially no money, and end up at a pretty young age being very rich. And that's something that we wanted to do, this country's wanted to do for 25 years. Michael and Susan, you've been so great. My Gerstner man has been so fantastic. You pushed everybody, it was so good. And I just want to thank everybody. It's a great honor. We'll have a little fun, and we want to be exactly on time. Are we allowed to be 15, 20, 30 seconds lately? Typically, no good, Jeff, right? And I'm going to ring that bell. And does it stay in the White House? Because I'm not giving it back. I'm going to put that in the middle of the new ballroom. I'm not going to give that bell back. It looks looks to me like it's going to stay.
It's staying here.
Well, we'll watch the clock.
Thank you, Mr. President. So great to see you. So great to see you.
Great show this weekend. Thank you. I was down in your box. Oh, the show was enjoyed it. Thanks.
The speeches.
Yes.
Mount Rushmore.
That's great.
Great to see you, sir. I did. Hi, everybody. Let's get over here.
Thank you. Thank you very much for today.
Okay, I'll get over at the bell, right?
Yeah, I'll introduce you, sir.
I want to stand next to these soon-to-be very rich people.
Good, so we'll get going, and good morning. I'm grateful to be with you on this historic occasion. The American dream belongs to every child, and today we are equipping the next generation with the right to claim their rightful share of it. Through Trump accounts, our president is creating an ownership economy where all citizens become shareholders. 38% of American families do not have any exposure to our great equity markets, but with Trump accounts, over time, we can get that number to 0. Already, 6 million American children have signed up. 86% of them with families earning less than $200,000. U.S. Treasury, 1.4 million of those accounts will receive $1,000 from the U.S. Treasury to seed the accounts. When the markets open in just a few minutes, Right now. Trump accounts will benefit. So ring the bell, Mr. President. So I will just finish by saying, on the eve on the heels of our 250th anniversary, that this will be one of the president's most enduring legacies, and the great bounty of this will go for generations to come. It is my privilege to invite President Trump to speak after we had two firsts today. First time we've ever had the New York Stock Exchange and NASDAQ. They do a joint opening, and first time we've ever had the opening bell run in the Oval Office. So, Mr. President.
Well, this is very exciting, an amazing achievement. People, we don't know this, Michael, but people have been trying to do this for 30 years, and they were so generous. He put up, and she put up, I think she more than him, maybe. Both very much involved, but Michael and Susan put up $6,250 million, and I'm sure if I make a phone call, they'll do it again. The job they've done is incredible in life, so we want to thank you very much. Amazing, really amazing. And our friend from Micron, by the way, called me on Friday, and he said Micron's putting in $250 million, and he's done a phenomenal job. And $250 million, and many other companies and people are putting up tremendous amounts of money. And it's something I'm very proud of. Some people think it's going to go down as one of the most important things we've done during the administration. So after a truly historic weekend celebrating the 250th anniversary of America, today we're thrilled to officially launch the Trump accounts. And we had some beautiful people and speeches and tremendous crowds. We had the biggest crowd anyone's ever seen that unfortunately lightning caused it to leave. And everybody said, well, we'll do it another time. When I heard that, I said, no, we won't. Everybody had left. I said, we're not doing it another time. We're doing it on the 4th of July. And we actually started the speech on the 4th of July. We had to wait a little while, like a couple of hours, let the lightning pass. And everyone had left. And we came back, and they had 150,000 people came back from, they took their car. They're going back home to Texas. They turned their car around. They came back. You wouldn't believe it, 150. I think the 150 was more impressive than the 425 or whatever it was. It was pretty amazing. And Mount Rushmore, likewise, was so incredible. So people love our country. Our country is doing incredibly well. Strongest military in the world, has been displayed with Venezuela, who we're getting along with fantastically now. We've taken hundreds of billions of dollars of oil and given them hundreds of billions. They have more money than they've ever made. And we're doing very well. We paid for the war many times over. And then Iran, we're doing actually equally as well. We're just not getting the kind of coverage that we should. But we have eviscerated them military. And the bottom line is our country is strong. We have the greatest military anywhere in the world. I was with President Xi 3 weeks ago, and I said that, and there was no argument. Nobody's arguing. We built it during my first term, and we're using it now for very good reasons, because in this case, Iran can never have a nuclear weapon. We can never let that happen. On Saturday, July 4th, our administration deposited one-time seed contributions of $1,000 each into the Trump accounts of over 500,000 American children. It's a lot. And millions more will be getting additional contributions from generous donors like, as I mentioned, Michael and Susan Dell. They are truly incredible people. Go out and buy a Dell computer. He's not doing it for that. But I'll bet his business, Brad, has gotten even bigger. I have a son that loves their laptop. I have to tell you, no, I want a Dell. We're going to get him that money back one way or the other. And then I'll ask for another $6,250,000,000. We'll start the whole process all over again. No, he makes an incredible product, and right from the beginning. And Brad Gerstner has been pushing this, so he's a very successful man. Not quite as famous as the Dell family, right? It's Michael, but you are. He's an amazingly successful guy, and he's put up a tremendous amount of money. And again, I want to thank Micron and all of the companies that have already called me, and they're putting up a lot of money. This is nothing. This is not me, and putting the name on it was not my idea. That was a whole group of people that passed legislation, because this is all made possible only by the passage of the great big beautiful bill. And I knew that this was happening, but I didn't know. All of a sudden, I see my name on it in the bill, but I'm very proud to have my name. They think it would sell. They said it'll sell better if your name's on. I said, look, leave it on. But I did not. I just want to. I did not ask for it. Michael, is that a correct statement? Did I ever go to you and say, Michael, don't put up the money unless they use my name? No. But I have done that in other cases. I will tell. In certain other cases, I've done that, right, Scott? But not in this case. This is a very special kind of a thing that took place. It's in a way, it's a miracle. Nobody thought it was possible. Think of it. Children that are born without money, without any money. Great parents. They can have everything, can be great, but they have no money. They can become very wealthy children at 18, and they can flip it over, or their people can flip it over into other vehicles at a certain age so that they don't take it out. I would recommend they probably don't take it out. But they can have a lot of money, especially if the market continues. Can you imagine if you did this during Trump a year and a half ago, where the market's gone up at levels? As an example, everybody said when I got elected, there's no way that during the 4-year period we'll ever hit 50,000 on the Dow. And we hit 50,000 on the Dow, I would say, in the first year, records. We had records. What NASDAQ has done, what the New York Stock Exchange, all the stock exchanges, 7,000 on the S&P was impossible during the first year, but they really thought it was impossible in 4 years, and we hit it before the first year. So if the children had invested the money a year and a half ago, we should have acted faster, actually. It's too bad. But it's going to go up. We have a hot country. It's going to go up. I think the market's going to go through the roof. When all those factories open, they're being built all over the country at record numbers. We have never built in the history of our country what we're building now. We have $19.2 trillion, and much of that money is going toward building factories, plants, AI, automobile. We've never built as many automobile plants. They're all over, and they're coming from all over the world. You know why? Because they don't want to pay tariffs. If they build their cars here, they pay no tariffs. So Japan, instead of making them in Japan or South Korea, instead of making them in Germany with Volkswagen and Mercedes and BMW, they're all building plants here now. They're coming out of Canada. They're coming out of Mexico. Mexico took a lot of our business. So did Canada. They're all coming back. I don't know what the countries are going to do, but they're all coming back. So today, with the ringing of the opening bell for the stock market, Those accounts will now begin to grow right along with our booming economy. And I really believe we're going to have the biggest boom of all right now. You haven't seen anything yet. Between individual contributions and the seed funds, $800 million in new capital will be invested in the stock market for America's children this week. And I also think that we're going to be putting numbers in the budget, which will be really spectacular, because it's really not costing us anything. We're giving this money to children so they can have a good life. Very early on, they can have a good life. And we're going to be doing also something we're working on later on, and it'll be also, I think, very popular. And I guess the best definition is they have a plan in Australia, which people really like. It's really worked out very well, incredibly well, and very respected. And we're going to be talking about that with Congress and see if we can implement it. And that would be more for grown-ups as opposed to children, but it's something that's going to be great, I think, if we can get it done, and we're going to try very hard. But again, I want to thank Michael and Susan, Brad, and his son Lincoln, as well as Secretary of the Treasury, Scott Bessent, who has really been an incredible. If you're casting a movie, you put him as the Secretary of the Treasury because he's central casting. Do we agree? Wouldn't you say? More importantly, he's done a great job. SBA Administrator Kelly Loeffler, who's been phenomenal. Chairman of the SEC, Paul Atkins. Paul, thank you. What a job you do. You know, there's always been a problem there, and with you, everything goes smoothly. I have to say, Jay did a very good job also, right? During my first term. But Paul's been incredible. Everybody wanted Paul, and he's exceeded expectations, I will say, and everybody knows it. Thank you, Paul. Great job you're doing. Director of the National Economic Council, Kevin Hassett. I didn't want to lose Kevin. I said, Kevin, you're at a huge disadvantage because selfishly for a certain other position, and we have we had the two Kevins, and they're both great. And a friend of mine, Ted Cruz, we fought each other for a while, and he's a very tough competitor, and we became friends. We were actually great friends before the campaign, and everybody said, will this ever end? In fact, he was doing a rally. He said, could we do a joint rally? That's like you people doing a joint bell ringing. It's like crazy, right? But he said, remember we did the joint rally outside in Washington. We had a big crowd, and the media was saying, will it ever end? I said, it will, but not yet. But it ended. But then it came together better than ever before. He's done a wonderful job as a senator, highly respected. In fact, somebody said, would you ever appoint him to the United States Supreme Court? Because he's a brilliant lawyer, Ted. I said, well, he's the only one I can think of that's going to get 100 votes. All Republicans will vote for him. All Democrats will vote for him because they want to get him the hell out of the Senate. No, if I was having a hard time with getting the votes, I would appoint Ted Cruz. I get 100%, a guarantee. But when you look at all of the different things that have taken place, and you look at the international nature of what we're doing, because these are all international companies. So many I can't mention because they're too big to mention. The kind of money that's being invested is really, really incredible. So again, I want to, just because they're friends of mine, but the Exchange CEO, Jeffrey Sprecher, is here today. He's an amazing man, amazing success. His wife has done a fantastic job at small business. They call it small business, but when you add it all up, it's probably the biggest business in the world, right? But Kelly has been incredible. And Jeff, thank you very much. New York Stock Exchange President Lynn Martin, we want to thank. And NASDAQ Chair and CEO Adina Friedman, and NASDAQ President Nelson Griggs. We have all of them. This is a fantastic group of people. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We've got them all. Did you ever think you'd be in the same? Well, this is a great room. I always, when people walk in, the biggest people in the world, people that are, in many cases, on your exchanges, right? They walk in and they look around. They go, oh my God, I can't believe it. I don't want to use names. Larry Ellison walked in. And he said, what? Where am I? This is so... it takes a while. Actually, if you're negotiating, you have people at a great disadvantage because they're all screwed up, you know? It's a great place. I think it's the most important room anywhere in the world. So I thought it would be good to do this here, right? We seldom do that. But this was the first ever joint bell ringing between the New York Stock Exchange and NASDAQ. And hopefully it won't be the last. I think it's, there are a lot of things you could do together that would be good. It's amazing the way you came together, and it was really easy. And they're competitors. But it's a great tribute, I think, to all of you that you were able to do this. People are talking about it. The SEC chair, let me ask you, are you shocked that they came? This makes your job, doesn't this make your job a little bit easier? Isn't it nice?
Yes, it does.
Why can't we do that with Democrats and Republicans? Maybe that's a tougher one. I think that might be tougher. We like borders. We like things that they don't like. But if parents have not done so already, and they are doing so in record numbers, they should go right away to trumpaccounts.gov and sign their child up for a free investment savings account. And again, a lot of people are people that are uninvolved in terms of they don't have the children, but or their children are older, but they're putting millions and millions of dollars into the accounts of poor children, financially poor children. And the parents can't even believe what's happening. So it's an amazing thing. But parents, loved ones, churches, and generous companies and individuals will be able to contribute funds to these accounts to grow throughout the child's life. And again, if we have a good market like we do now, they're going to become actually very rich. They'll have hundreds of thousands of dollars. Think of that. Think of it, a child that has no money can have hundreds of thousands of dollars at a very, very young age. Accounts could grow to be worth numbers that nobody ever thought even possible just 6 months ago before we did this. And again, I have to thank Michael and Susan because they were so proactive. It was really amazing. I just think they're amazing people. So Trump accounts are about giving every American child a stake in America's future and getting some of the upside. And nobody's seen anything like it. And senators like Ted Cruz were at the forefront, and they should be really commended. People have to remember it in the future. It's like so many things I did were so good, and that's only got a 2-year life. Like, as an example, Kevin, I closed the border. We have nobody coming into our country illegally anymore, and I want to make it in my speeches. And they say, sir, nobody cares about that. You've solved the problem. I said, I'd like to talk about it. They said, nobody cares about the border. You've solved that problem. I said, what kind of a business? You solve a problem, you're not even allowed to talk about it. Nobody even wants to hear about it. It's pretty tough. But this is something that they're going to be talking about for a long time because this is going to grow to levels that I think people have no idea. I already see the numbers. So there could be no better way to begin our 250th year. It is so appropriate. Think of that. We're doing it just at this time, this special time. It's pretty amazing. So I'd like to maybe ask Michael Dell to come up and say a few words, followed by Lynn Martin and Adina Friedman and Jeff and some of the people that had so much to do. I'd like to have our great Senator Ted Cruz say a few marks and anybody else that wants to. This is a big celebration. This is a much bigger situation than anybody can imagine. And then we'll take a few questions. Okay? Thank you very much. Go ahead. Michael, please, why don't you start it off?
Thank you, Mr. President. Susan and I are very honored to be here as we celebrate the 250th. 42 years ago, I started a company in my dorm room with $1,000. And today, every newborn American child will start their life with $1,000 invested in America's greatest companies, compounding for the future. But Susan and I didn't want the children that were born just before to be completely left out. So we are contributing $6.25 billion, $250 to 25 million eligible American children born between the ages of 2016 and 2024. Invested in America's greatest companies for their future, for their tuition, for down payments, for startup capital, for a business. And to every business leader out there who hasn't already joined us, please join us. 250 years ago, our founders, in the Declaration of Independence, which is right there, pledged their fortunes to an idea. Today, we're pledging our fortune to the next generation of children. So to tens of millions of American children, your American story starts now. Thank you. Susan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I am so grateful to you for making the Invest America Act happen. You have made investing in America's children such an important initiative for our country. These accounts are a statement of belief in our nation's young people, and believing in our country's children matters enormously. The incredible leaders of our future leaders of our country are the young children that we are raising today. Investing in America's children essentially means investing in our future. It's an investment in America's ability to grow, to lead, and to compete for generations. Michael and I have believed in this idea for a long time, and seeing this become real is fantastic. A child that has a financial account in their own name is a child who has so many more opportunities and hope. And as a mother, I know that every child deserves that. So parents, claim your child's Trump account today. Years from now, your child will thank you for it.
Mr. President, thank you so much for having us today. It is truly an honor to be here for this occasion. For the last couple of days, we have celebrated the thing that makes this country unstoppable, and that is our freedom. And out of freedom is born the American dream. And today, under your leadership, it is the purest manifestation of that American dream. You are offering the American dream to the youngest generation to allow them to participate in the great wealth of America. And as the president of the New York Stock Exchange, we couldn't be more proud to be here, more grateful to you and your leadership, and more optimistic about the future of this country, which is going to be led by this next great generation. We were born on the corner of Wall and Broad Street, where our first president was inaugurated. And we could not be more optimistic about this nation's future. Thank you so much.
Mr. President, thank you very much for inviting us into the Oval Office today to celebrate something very special. As Americans, over many, many generations, we have come together in unity. And today, the NASDAQ and the New York Stock Exchange have come together in unity for a great common cause, the Trump accounts. The Trump accounts are underpinned by the U.S. capital markets, which are really the engine of the greatest economy in the world. But part of that promise of the markets is to make it so every American can share in that great economy. And today, with the Trump accounts, the next generation of Americans, every American, will have the opportunity to be a part and share in this prosperity of this nation. So I want to thank you for your vision, Mr. President, on behalf of NASDAQ and on behalf of the millions of families who will benefit from what you've created. So thank you.
So hi, I'm Jeff Sprecher, the Chairman and CEO of the parent company, the New York Stock Exchange. One of the things that we celebrate on Wall Street, and we all in this room, we talk about Wall Street as the capital markets, and I don't think people realize that partly why Wall Street has its prominence is that our first president was sworn in on Wall Street, and the New York Stock Exchange was started to finance a brand new government and a brand new vision for a country. So it's amazing that 250 years later, this president is making that available to all Americans directly. And so it's incredibly fitting in my mind that we're here in this capital, which obviously is no longer New York, to widen the markets for everybody in the country. So thank you, Mr. President. Yeah, thank you.
Mr. President, thank you for having us here. This is truly a remarkable day, remarkable setting for what has been a historic event. And at NASDAQ, every day we get to see brilliance come through the doors. Companies that have created jobs, that have created an economy, and now the fact that it's able to be shared for all these children is just remarkable, remarkable feeling to be here and to look what we've created. So congratulations. Thank you.
Great job. Thank you very much.
It's great to be here, Mr. President. We wouldn't be here without you. It was just over a year ago that Michael and I shared with you the idea for the Invest America Act. We had been working on it for 4 years. We had tried to get it done under a prior administration. Kevin and I met in the Speaker's office some 3.5 years ago on the idea. It took this president and his entrepreneurial courage less than a minute to say, this must happen. This is the whole purpose of my presidency, the Main Street agenda, the 70% of people who have been left out and left behind, who feel they're no longer connected to the American dream, and he called the Speaker and told him to put it in the reconciliation bill. That, my friends, is leadership. It doesn't just happen. In fact, it rarely happens in a place like Washington. And his courage and his leadership of this administration, and then the great partnership of my friends Michael and Susan Dell and so many others, to bring this to fruition. But let me be clear. Today is day one, Mr. President. We're committed to the next 250. And what that means is not 1 million kids in America, not 2 million kids in America, every child in America. All 70 million kids under the age of 18 deserve to have one of these accounts. We're going to get the accounts open for them. We're going to get them fully funded. The outpouring of support from America's corporate leaders, small business leaders, moms and dads, great philanthropists, we believe will raise over $100 billion for America's kids over the course of the next 12 months. This isn't a program. This is a transformative platform. Think of 1935 Social Security scale platform. Over the next 15 years, over $2 trillion will go into the pockets of kids and families that would have otherwise had zero, that would have been left out of America's capital markets. That is a legacy worthy of the great mission of this administration, and it would not have happened without you and the leadership of your administration. So thank you.
And you, Brett. Thank you.
Mr. President, I want to congratulate you on your historic leadership. The document hanging on that wall just turned 250 years old, as did the nation that it created. And the bell that you just rang on the Resolute desk, I believe heralds in that the next 250 years will be even greater than the first 250.
You mean the bell that I'm not giving back?
I am not giving back. I think everyone knew you were going to keep the bell. And on behalf of all Americans, thank you for getting rid of that ridiculous red card. This is it was spectacular. There was a reason the FIFA trophy sat here for as long as it did. Mr. President, this program, a second ago Brad made reference to 1935 and Social Security. Trump accounts are in many ways Donald Trump's New Deal. But instead of having government taking care of everyone, Trump accounts are about making every child and every American a capitalist. Every one of our kids is now going to be an owner of the biggest producers in our country. Kids, you guys there, each of you are getting an account. These folks here gave you $250. That's a lot of money that you have right now. And you know what? With that $250, you've purchased a little bit of a bunch of big companies. You know McDonald's? You now own a little bit of McDonald's. When you go to McDonald's, you can look around and say, I own this place. If you get on an airplane and fly, you look at a Boeing airplane, you now own a little bit of Boeing. Can you believe it? You're an owner of Boeing? That is transformational. That changes the way every child looks at the world, and the ability to accumulate life-transforming savings, hundreds of thousands, millions of dollars for the kids of single moms, that is powerful. And Mr. President, in particular, I want to thank you for your unequivocal commitment that this administration, your administration, is going to auto-enroll every child in America. All 70 million children will have accounts open for them, accounts that can then receive gifts from people like Michael and Susan and Brad. Accounts that, let me say to every parent at home, please right now go to trumpaccounts.gov. Go to trumpaccounts.gov, sign your kids up. To every employer, if you're not contributing to the accounts of the employees of your kids, do so now. Match their contribution, double their contribution. And to philanthropists, go adopt a state. Go adopt your city. Go adopt a school. Go say, the kids in my community, the kindergarten class here, we're going to help them get started. This is a moment, I believe, transformational to make sure the next 250 is even better than the first. Thank you, Mr. President.
Rich man, he adopted an entire state.
Yeah, so I'm from Indiana, and we're going to add $250 following Michael and Susan to all kids in the state of Indiana under the age of 5. Ray Dalio in Connecticut. We have lots of philanthropists. They're adopting states, cities now. We have the city of San Francisco has been adopted, the city of Oakland, and recently with with Katie, we've adopted a school in the city of Durham. We've adopted a Boys and Girls Club in Philly. We've adopted, a Big Brothers Big Sisters in Newark, New Jersey last Wednesday. And it's all to show the country the art of the possible. When you create an open source platform, anybody can give to anybody. These accounts have a QR code in them, and somebody sends you the QR code and you just double click on your phone and money goes into the account. Thank you to Joe Gebbia and the National Design Studio for their incredible work on the account. Thank you.
The head of the SEC.
Thank you, Mr. President. Paul Atkins, Chairman of the SEC. So this is an amazing day, and really I salute you and Senator and Secretary Bessent for all that you've done, to help these accounts go, and then the philanthropists who have also put money into it. But the Senator has it exactly right. We have to remember that all the folks who signed that document 250 years ago, they understood well that America was actually an investment before it was a nation. So joint stock companies were stood up in England and France and the Netherlands to establish New Amsterdam, for example, now New York, and to support the people there. So that is in our blood as a nation. And everywhere I go around the world to talk to my counterparts, finance and other regulators around the world, they always ask me, how do we replicate America's whole ethos of investment and risk-taking? Well, this is exactly how to do it. As the Senator said so well, for the next generation to have a feeling that they have a real stake in our economy, in the products that are made for their benefit and for the benefit of the world, frankly. So I think it's an exciting day. Thank you very much for your leadership, and I'm really proud to be a part of it. Thank you very much.
I'd just like to add a couple things. There have been so much wonderful things have been said, Mr. President, about what you're doing. This is absolutely transformational. I'd like to tip my cap to Secretary Bessent. His staff originally told him when this idea was floated that it would take a year or two. And Scott said, no, it's got to be the 4th of July. And they delivered. I'd like to thank the designers of the app, because every kid, as Scott arranged and as you were key to discuss, every kid can look at what firms they own.
So it's not just going to say S&P 500. It's going to be you have a little bit of this, you have a little bit of that. And so we believe what it's going to do, sir, is connect America's youth to our vibrant economy in a way that's never been done before. So thank you very much.
So, everybody, we thank you. And the press has been very kind about this. This is one they have a hard time attacking. We're all in this together. You have children. A lot of those children already, they have their accounts. We're going to see tremendous money come in from wealthy people and pretty wealthy people and very wealthy companies. And I'm getting calls from everybody to put money in. And they're going to put tremendous numbers of dollars in. And these children are going to have actually accounts. They're going to learn about finance a little bit. They can watch it. We're going to all watch it grow together. And we're going to have a whole different planet when they turn 18. It's going to be a lot different when you turn 18 and you have no idea what's going on and you have no money and no hope. Yeah, they're going to have great hope. It's the American dream. It's a big part of the American dream. So, again, Michael and Susan and Brad and everybody that has worked so hard, it's an honor to be. This is truly an honor to be involved in something that's pioneering, but really not, because for so many years, I said for many, many years, decades, they've tried to do it. They've never been able to pull it off. So I just want to thank all of you guys. And I think it's such a great tribute to come together. So people said, no, there must be a mistake. You mean you're having separate meetings? I said, no, they're... Just watch at 9:30, right? So it's a great honor, and thank you for being so fair about it. So we'll take a few questions, please. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, Vladimir Putin, shortly after speaking to you on July 4th, struck Kyiv and killed innocent civilians. Why isn't he feeling any pressure after speaking with you?
Well, I think he does feel pressure. He wants to end it, and Ukraine wants to end it. And we're in talks, and we'll see if we can get it ended. It's a terrible thing. I ended 8 wars, and this was, in my opinion, going to be an easier one because I know both heads. I didn't know most of the heads. I did India. I did Pakistan. I did others. That could have been a real bad one. Nuclear. That was going to be nuclear. It could have been, as the Prime Minister of Pakistan, could have been 40 million people would have been killed, maybe 50 million. They had shot down 11 planes. It was raging for 4 days, and I got it stopped. And I did that. But this is one that I think we're getting much closer than people realize. And President Putin wants it to end. I will tell you that very strongly. A good call. And President Zelensky actually wants it to end now. And we're going to be going to NATO, and we're going to be talking about it. And I think we're going to get it. I think we're going to get it ended. It's been a terrible situation. Think of this. 25,000 people, 2 months ago, 25,000 people were killed, 1 month soldiers. Last month set the record, 36,000 people were killed in 1 month. Young soldiers, they go off to war and they're dead before the first weekends. It's drone technology. Michael, who would have thought that drones would have become such a factor? And they're killing machines. It's amazing. It's amazing. You hide behind a tree and it goes and gets you. And I've seen scenes that I don't want to see. I don't want you to see them on that battlefield. You hear about the Civil War. You hear about all of these different terrible wars, but this is really horrible. So I had a very good call, and I think we're getting close to getting it done.
Mr. President, on the economy, there's been a refocus, it seems, in June to talk about your economic policies. When do you think that message will change the perception of Americans related to the economy?
Well, I think people know. Look, oil is now at a level that it was, I think it's even lower on a barrel basis than it was before we started. We've gotten concessions. Now, they have to hold those concessions, but there'll be no nuclear weapon. We're going to be getting the, as I call it, dust, the enriched material, nuclear dust, I call it. Seems to have taken off, but it's enriched material. We're getting it. We're getting it. I went in for one reason, very strongly, that Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. I'm not looking for regime change, although this is regime change. The first regime is gone. The second regime is gone. And I think the third regime is more reasonable, but we'll find out. But we've destroyed. They're, as you know, completely destroyed. 150. They had 159 ships. Every single ship is at the bottom of the sea. We've completely destroyed. They don't have one airplane. They don't have radar. You know, one of the reasons we kept the oil down, because a lot of people said, Kevin, and a lot of people were saying that oil could go to $300, $350 a barrel. But one of the reasons that prediction wasn't right is we were taking out on average of 10, but sometimes less, sometimes more. 3 weeks ago, we had a night, 22 ships came out of the Strait, and the famous Strait of Hormuz, nobody ever heard of, but that is some big money machine, I'll tell you what. When you look at the numbers, Michael, that makes everything look small. No, wait. And we took out so much oil that people didn't know, and it only took a month and a half. They finally found out they had no radar because their radar was destroyed. So we took them out late at night with no lights, or no nothing. And our great Navy, which did the greatest blockade anyone's ever seen, not one ship got through in 2 months. And we then freed up the blockade because we're close to maybe making a deal. I don't know. We'll make either. Look, we're going to win one way or the other. We're either going to make a deal or we're going to finish the job. Okay? And it won't be tough to finish the job. I'd rather make a deal because I don't want to affect 91 million people. We can knock down their bridges in 1 hour. We can knock out their energy supply, all of those big plants that they built, big, beautiful, modern plants. They had a lot of money. They don't have any money now. We haven't given them any money. But we can knock out their electricity and power generating plants in, I would say, a small part of an afternoon. Every plant will be gone. And they know that. They know that. Please. Daniel, go ahead, please. Go ahead, please.
Thank you so much.
No, right behind you.
Oh, yeah.
You know why? He's a friendly voice. Go ahead.
I wanted to thank you first and foremost for the Trump account.
You see? That's what I call a reporter. He's actually a great reporter.
So he'll directly benefit from the accounts.
Good. Thank you.
Fast forward 18 years from now, and a lot of these kids are 18, and they look at the Trump accounts and they see hundreds of thousands of dollars. What lesson do you hope they'll walk away from and think about you regarding this program, and do you think this will go down as one of, if not the signature policy achievements?
I hope so. I think it will. I really believe it's going to be one. I think we've done a lot of great things, but I think this will be one of the top. It's going to teach children to be entrepreneurial as opposed to the threat of communism that you're seeing a lot. This is not social democrats, by the way. That's a beautiful, we're social democrats, they say. They're not social, they're communists. They want to destroy our country. We're not going to let that happen. But this helps, even from the parent standpoint. You know, they see their child getting richer and richer as the market goes up. If it goes down, they don't lose anything. They make money, they have money. But if it goes up, they could become actually rich. And the parents are going to be watching, and we're all going to be watching, and we're part of a very big and very beautiful game. It's going to bring them into the mainstream. It's going to bring them into recognizing, like Michael Dell. I said, how the hell did you start this thing? What he built is incredible. Now his product is great. But as he said, he made them, I guess, laptops. He made a better laptop on his bed in a dorm than they sold in the store. So he started selling them, I guess, probably during college. I don't know where the hell you started selling them, but you sold a lot of them. And it just cascaded. And then his greatest deal was he met Susan, and she probably guided him beautifully. That was probably his most important thing. And they have great children, great everything. But, it's a beautiful story. Think of it. They gave $6.25 billion. And there's a rumor he's giving more. I don't know if it's true. I'm not holding him. I mean, it's hard to say fake. How about doubling up, right? But think of that. And started with no money. He had a great brain, which is, that's better than money, I think. But, it's like an amazing story. And that can happen with other people. Maybe not to that extent. Maybe there could be a few to that extent, but not to that extent. But that can happen with some of the people here, some children living in poverty. It can happen. And now they have a real chance. It's a big thing. It's a big thing. Yeah, please.
I wanted to ask you, can you describe your phone call with Gianni Infantino about the red card? And Belgium is appealing the decision. What's your reaction?
You're asking me about the whole soccer thing? So, yeah, I did. I spoke to Gianni, who's highly respected, who's produced the most successful World Cup in history by, they say, 4 times. This isn't just a success. I actually said, Johnny, we've got all these games. Each one is turning out to be a Super Bowl. And we have all these games. You know, when you think of it, every game is like a Super Bowl. Yes, I watched last night. What a game that was with Mexico and England. I mean, 2 countries, I don't know the players, although I think Kane is a great player. See, I played golf with him, and I like him a lot. He's a good golfer, too. But he's really great. But I watched, and no reason for me to watch, and you couldn't take your eyes off the game. Because I said, Johnny, you know, you have all these games, because they added games, in a country where really it's not our main sport, to put it mildly. And this has been 4 times more successful. He told me last night, the numbers are 4 times greater. They think 50 or 60 million people are going to be watching the game tonight. I mean, you know, this is getting to be Super Bowl numbers. But you have a game tonight, and they think they're projecting a minimum of 50 million people watching a game. We call it soccer. It's called football, I guess, but we can't really call it football because it gets there's a little confusion. So, yeah, you call it soccer. We're the only ones that do that, but we have football. And football's great. But I've never seen anything like it. So I saw the play. And I'm a person that loves sports and was a good athlete. And I understand sports really well. And that wasn't a foul. That wasn't even an infraction. That was 2 guys running full speed that happened to crash into each other. You can't take your foot and properly place it on somebody else's foot when you're going, no, these were 2 great athletes that got tangled up. And this referee, who is a little bit suspect. If you check his past, I don't want to say that because I don't like to create controversy, but very suspect. If you'd like, I'll provide you with the past. He made a call that nobody could believe. You know, even people on the other side, they say, "Oh, we got lucky. Wow, And it's very interesting. They say they don't show them in slow motion. And I never realized that. I never heard of that before. That they're not allowed to review in slow motion because it's so different. Because you'll take 1 little quarter of a second and you'll see that a hand is touching a neck or you'll see something. Whereas when you see it in fast motion, it will look like 2 guys collided, which is really what happened. They got sort of entangled. He didn't do anything wrong. And he's our best player or one of our best players. A very vital player. And he gave him a red card. I didn't know what that meant. I didn't think it meant much. Then I started hearing that means he can't play in the next game, at least in the next game. I said, boy, that's a big, if it happened to another player, it would have been unfair. But when they take your best player, or just about, they have some great players, and they say you can't play, that's very unfair. That's, it's one thing to penalize somebody for the game. But how do you penalize them for a game that hasn't been played yet? It's very unfair. You can't do that. So, yes, I asked for a review by FIFA. I spoke to a man who's highly respected, and by the way, whose level of respect has gone up tenfold. And he was good before this started, but he really pushed it in this country. I'm the one that got them to do it. It was not Biden. Biden was asleep. I got him to do it. In fact, it was very sad because I got him to do it. And if the progression was normal, I would have been retired now. The Democrats are saying, man, we should have just let him have his way. We would have had him gone. But I said, the saddest thing is I got the Olympics and I got the World Cup. I tried to claim 250 years too, but that didn't work. They said, that one is what it is. No, I tried, but it didn't work. But wait. So I got him. I was so proud of it. And then I realized, I wouldn't be president during that because I would have been out of office by that time. I felt badly. The beautiful thing about what I did is I ran. I never thought of it. And then all of a sudden I realized, I just got the Olympics, and I totally got that myself. And I just got FIFA. I got that myself. We gave a little piece to Canada, gave a little piece to Mexico. I got that myself. And a lot of people helped, like that man right there, Kevin. A lot of people, that. We worked hard on that.
and we got it. But what we didn't know is how successful it was going to be. I didn't know. I said, Johnny, is anyone going to show up? Because we're not really. I think soccer's doing much better, but I couldn't imagine if you would have said to any very smart of these, like people like this, that the numbers they're doing now would be happening. They've never seen anything like it. Think of it. Take the most successful Olympics or the most successful FIFA, and you look at what's happened. You look at the numbers for this in the United States, just compared to FIFA, and it's numerous times more. It's not like 10% more, 2% more, 5% more, which is more expected. It's like 4 times more successful than anything they've ever done. In fact, I said to Johnny, let's do it again next time. And he said, that would be hard. I said, no, you do it again. But at the same time, you give it to somebody else for the next one. I don't know. It's a little crazy idea. But all I did, I asked for a review because I didn't think it was a foul. And, again, I'm good at this stuff. I didn't think it was a foul. I thought it was 2 great athletes that crashed into each other and got entangled. That was not a guy punching somebody in the face or anything that, would be different. And I think it's a terrible, if they wouldn't allow, a top player, maybe the best, maybe among the best players on the team to play, I think it would have had a big stain. And I related just that feel. I didn't tell him what to do. I can't tell him what to do. But and I don't believe he made the decision. I think it was a committee that made the decision. And they made the right decision because, number one, it wasn't a foul. And you want to see a game with your best players. You don't want to say, how would you feel if I took, we take Messi out? Look, he ran into somebody. Or we took Ronaldo, you bumped into somebody, we're going to take you out of a game. He's great. Well, Harry Kane, we're going to take you out of the game, Harry, because you happen to hit somebody a little bit harder than you can't do that. If you would have taken him out, I think it would have really stained this incredible champion. We got to have our best players, and Belgium's got a great team, by the way. We got to have our best players, and they have to have their best. And if we win or we lose, it's fair. Otherwise, let's say we lost him and we lose the game. It would be a terrible thing. So I think they made a really brilliant decision. I think the referee's call was horrible. And nobody talks about that. They talk about the red card like it's fine. Nobody talks. The referee's decision to red card. I didn't know what the hell a red card was. When I found out, I said, you got to be kidding. This guy just hands up. Okay, your best player is not going to play next week or in the next game. I said, wow, that's a lot of power. That's terrible. But then I looked at his past, and it wasn't so great. Okay.
Yeah, Mr. President, are you going to talk to the Belgian Prime Minister before the game?
I didn't think of it, but I would. He's a good man. I will tell you this. The people in Belgium, if they win the game, they can be very proud. If they would win the game with a player missing, it would have been a different feeling. You can't do that. And I'm very glad all I did was ask for a review. I didn't say you have to do this. This man is a smart, tough man, Gianni Infantino. He's a smart, tough man. And his stock has gone through the roof because the job he's done has been great. And I feel we have to have all the best players on the field. You can't take the best players. Yeah, please. Go ahead.
Thank you. Liam Cosgrove with Zero Hedge. What is your plan to facilitate broad adoption of these? And you mentioned, the communist issue, particularly that crowd, to get them to participate in this.
Yeah.
Since I see Anthony Populato's here, and he's probably going to ask, is Bitcoin in any way going to be related to this in the future? Are there plans to put Bitcoin in the Trump accounts?
Well, I've become a big crypto guy only for one reason. If we don't have it, China's going to have it, and they would like to have it. But now they're not even trying that hard because we've taken over crypto. But I'm a fan. I wasn't initially. I didn't know much about it. But for some of my first term, I wasn't much involved, but I'd watch. And I watched it grow, and it's a huge industry. And I got involved in a little bit for politics, because I realized there are a lot of people love crypto. And even me as a businessman, I'd see a lot of money starting to come in with Bitcoin and, the different forms. And I said, this thing's got a lot of life. And then I hear China was going to make a heavy move on it, just like they do for AI. By the way, we're leading China substantially in AI, by substantial. And one of the reasons is when they build these big plants, I allow them to build their electric generating units, whether they use nuclear or oil and gas, whatever they want to use, they can use, except wind. We don't allow wind. Wind is terrible. It just doesn't work. It's too expensive, no good, bad for the environment. But and they're building their own plants with some of the greatest electric producing plants that you've ever seen. I mean, they're teaching the companies that produce electricity, they're teaching them how to do a plant. So that was my decision. That was my idea. Because we have an old grid, it's tired, it's old, it would take years to fix it. And now we're actually taking the excess energy that they make. We need more than double the energy. If you take all of the electric that we have now, you need more than double it to power that industry, which is so shocking. When I first heard that, I said, no, you mean like a little, I couldn't believe that, Jeff. I heard more than double. So all the electric we make for everything, to power that one industry. Now, with that being said, it's a massive industry, and it's going to be for good. I mean, look, we're going to have guardrails, and we have guardrails. You saw that a couple of weeks ago. We were able to stop something that we didn't like, and by the way, the company was very good. They were very good, you know that. But it can be used for tremendous good, and mostly good and some bad, and the bad we have to stop. But it's a massive industry, and I think things are going to happen. What you're seeing here with the kids, I think something could happen in that regard too, with a contribution to the people of our country. I'll give you a little inside information. Am I allowed to do that, Miss? Well, we have Paul. Am I allowed to do that? That's a little inside information. You understand? Scott, you know what I'm talking about. No, I think you're going to see a contribution made by those because they're making tremendous amounts of money. They're also creating tremendous, the things that are happening in the world of medicine because of AI is not even believed. I'm friends with many doctors because of, what I'm doing as president, and I've become very friendly with a lot of them. They're great. They're great as long as they tell me I'm healthy, okay? When they tell me I'm healthy, so far so good. Where's a piece of wood? But a couple of them got together last week and they said, we can't believe the progress that's been made in disease. Things that they didn't think would happen for 10 years happen in a matter of minutes, matter of seconds. So that's going to be used for good. But we're leading China by a lot. We're leading everybody. Crypto's the same thing. If we didn't do it, China would do it. It's a massive industry. And frankly, when I went very pro-crypto, as you know, Biden was totally against it, but he has no idea what crypto is. He had no idea. He didn't have a clue. But they were very violently against it. They were putting people in jail. What they were doing to the crypto was horrible. It's amazing it survived that onslaught. It was a weaponization of government. So when I went very much for it, and I think I got 100% of the vote. But what happened is, I think it was 100 million people. That's a big industry, and that means some pretty good things. But what happened is Biden then, after he was getting killed, he was down so much, all of a sudden they became pro-crypto. And their head of the SEC was horrible, unlike Paul, who's really good. No, I mean, he's the best man for the job. Everybody wanted him. But he was horrible. What he was doing to the crypto, they were putting people in jail. Oh, you know that better than anybody. Good people, great, prestigious people. They were putting them in jail. And I said, you got to be kidding. And they were trying to destroy the industry. Okay, ready? So now I'm killing Biden. I'm winning by so much. And all of a sudden he becomes totally pro-crypto. They dropped all investigations of everybody. They allowed people to come out of jail. And every time I see a crypto guy where they dropped an investigation, I said, you're lucky I'm president, because I don't know if you know, the Biden administration became totally pro-crypto that last couple of months because they were getting killed. Because crypto has a tremendous audience. So yeah, I'm very much for crypto because it's not a question of
a personal thing. Because I let my kids do whatever the hell they do, they can do. I don't talk to them, ever talk to them about it. I'm allowed to, I think. I'm allowed to, but I don't bother. Because this office is a much higher calling. So I make, as president, the president of the United States get essentially $2.5 million for 4 years, right? Wait a minute. It's spread out over a period of 4 years. It's about $2.5 million. I waived my salary. Now, I figured, because we've had other wealthy presidents. We've had Kennedy, and we've had FDR was very wealthy. Teddy Roosevelt was wealthy. And one of the wealthiest, believe it or not, was George Washington, who wasn't in the White House, but there are pictures of him surveying this ground. He's the one that sort of picked the location. I think he made a good choice. He picked a good location. But George Washington had 2 desks in his pre-White House. One was, and they were right next to each other. One was for business, and one was for the presidency. He had 2 desks in the same room. And so you're allowed to, but I choose not to. I don't talk to my kids about, this stuff. But I will say this. To me, cryptos are very powerful. A lot of people are using it. Bitcoin, they're using it at levels that I don't think anybody understands really how powerful. And if we didn't do it, China would do it in a minute. And if we let our guard down on AI, if I didn't come up with the idea for electric plants, producing plants, they become a utility. Basically, these guys producing, you might as well put them down. Paul, I think you should mark them down as utilities because, frankly, in many ways, I'm more impressed by their electric plants. And they're building them on top of the buildings, alongside of the buildings, standalones right next door. But you have to see some of the electric producing, the generating plants that they're making, nobody's ever seen because they're brilliant people. And it's a fantastic thing. But if I didn't come up with that idea, maybe somebody else would have. I doubt it because it's too simple. I mean, it's such a simple idea. Do you know that your friends, Michael, when I came up with that and I told Mark Zuckerberg, I told Bezos, I told all of the people, AI, Sam, Elon, I told them all, I said, no, I'm going to let you build your own plant and I'm going to get you fast approvals. They thought I was kidding. They said, and they would submit plans without an electric plant. And I'd get calls from Lee Zeldin, who's a star, environmental, fast approvals, good approvals, but fast. And he'd call up and he'd say, sir, these plants are not taking advantage. And I call him and say, why aren't you producing? They said, we thought you were, every one of them, they thought I was kidding because they can't believe it. Number one, they can't believe that they're approved in a matter of weeks because if this was somebody else, it would be 20 years before. They're all under construction. We do rapid approvals. And some are nuclear plants because nuclear is now really hot and safe. I was not a huge proponent until 2 or 3 years ago, and then I saw my uncle was a big nuclear guy at MIT. He knew nuclear better than anybody, I think. Anybody in the world, probably. He was the smartest guy. He was at MIT, the head, for 41 years. And he said to me one day, he said, nuclear is going to be the most important thing, but it's also got to be watched. It's got to be watched very carefully because it can build the world, but it can also destroy the world. He said that. I said, Uncle John, that was a long time ago. But he was exactly right. He called it exactly right. But what they've done with nuclear in terms of generating energy is absolutely, a submarine can run at full speed for 30 years without having to refuel. The only thing it has to do is come up every 90 days for food. They can't solve the food problem. But think of it. A submarine, without having to gas up, can run for 30 years at full speed without stopping. I mean, who would believe a thing like that? But fortunately, we have the best technology and we have the best submarines. It's something we lead the world in by 15 years. Any other questions? Go ahead, please.
Thank you so much, Mr. President.
What?
I said thank you so much, Mr. President. Jennifer Shaw for Herrera Finance. On the Trump accounts, SpaceX president has said that she's going to donate shares to the Trump accounts. Have you spoken at all with Elon Musk about further share donations as well as other corporate
I speak to everybody.
About share donations
Yeah,
specifically?
I'm like a cheerleader for geniuses. I love geniuses. I love high IQ people. He's a high IQ person.
I love high IQ people. And I speak to Elon, I speak to Mark, I speak to Jeff, I speak to everybody. By the way, in the first term, less so. In fact, at my first inauguration, none of them were standing behind me. They were just the opposite. And now at this last inauguration, every one of them was standing behind me. It was sort of amazing. No, I speak to all of them. And I encourage them. I want them to be tremendously successful. Now, there's a thing called TikTok. Have you heard of it? I was watching a show this morning, Maria Bartiromo. She's fantastic. And on her show, they were talking about the dangers of TikTok. And it's Chinese, a whole thing with spying and what they're doing with it. Well, except it was announced about 2 days ago, the new numbers just came out. You know who the number one person in TikTok is by far? Trump, me. I just got, I'm number one. Like Taylor Swift was number 11. I'm number one in TikTok by far. And the numbers just came out, and I said, well, I'm hearing about how they influence. They're talking about their tremendous danger because they influence, but if they influence so badly, I'm saying all things like I love our country, we got to stop communism, we got to this and that, we're doing a lot of things, but I'm by far number one. It was sent to me by, the list comes out, number one, number two. I was number one by a lot. So I guess maybe, I don't know, maybe they're bad, maybe they're not. I know one thing, great American people, tremendous business people and companies bought it. I called President Xi, and everyone said he was a hard no. He was a hard no, but I said, it's a good thing for TikTok, but it's good for us too. American companies, great ones, own our TikTok, and it's very influential. But I'm number one by a lot. So, I hear this thing was on today. Gordon Chang. I like Gordon Chang, but he's always so negative. Nobody's been tougher in China than me, but Gordon Chang. And he's a nice guy. It's like the world is falling down. It's not true. It's not true. We have to be careful because China's a great competitor. But, he was talking about, we must stop TikTok. I'm number one on TikTok. I think it helped me win the election in a landslide, if you want to know the truth. Yeah, please.
Do you work on the White House? Are you building a helipad?
Yeah. So, for 50 years we've been landing helicopters on grass. The grass is wet, soggy. The helicopters sometimes miss their little mark. They send people out, Marines. I watch them do it. They march out so beautiful, great guys. They have a piece of metal that he put down. And except for the fact that these pilots are so good, they almost hit the mark all the time. But sometimes they miss. They're half the size of this desk. Think of it, you're landing a big chopper. But, years ago, and they just got produced, but during my administration, they ordered brand new helicopters, the big ones, the ones for President. It's called Marine One. And our other Marine Ones are about 40 years old. They're old, like Air Force One. It's time to make a change. And other presidents wouldn't do that because they think it's not good to make a change to luxury, but you got to do it. Other countries have them. So Sikorsky we ordered a number of Sikorskys as the helicopters back and forth. Well, they're about 2.5 times more powerful than the old ones. And when you land on the grass, it's not that the grass gets discolored, it gets ripped out. And it was all over. They landed it once, and nobody planned for this. This was a little bit of a planning mistake. So they landed the helicopter, and half of the grass was sitting in front of the Oval Office front door. The rest of it was scattered all over literally, it didn't singe it. It also singed it, by the way. But it literally because of the power. It's tremendous. And everybody said, well, we'll keep using the old helicopters when we have to land at the White House. And for everything else, we use the new helicopters. They said, that's a pretty expensive deal. You wouldn't do that for your company. You'd figure out an answer. So I said, because I have helicopters, and 3 of them. I said, because they've been great for my business. I think they're incredible. So Sikorsky 76, right? And I always was lucky. I always got helipads. Other people don't. Very hard to get. The hardest thing to get is a helipad. Okay, there's no harder zoning thing to get is a helipad. And I had like 7 of them at different places, so I could go around by helicopter. And I said to the people, have you ever thought, these are generals, Air Force generals that are brilliant, and you get used to a certain thing. They'd bring out the medal, but now the medal didn't work because the power of these helicopters is so great it ripped up the grass, right? So I said, has anybody ever thought of a helipad? Because I build them, and they go quickly, and it solves all of the problems. Okay, he's laughing. It's true, right? It's crazy. So it was funny. I said, has anyone ever thought of a helipad? I had like 6 generals in front of me. And they're going like, wow, that's a good idea. It's like the paperclip. It was such a simple invention. Probably he says that about a laptop. To him, it's a simple thing. To other people, wow. But the paperclip. 200 years ago, a gentleman came up with the idea for a paperclip. And he made a lot of money, became very rich. Not as rich as Michael Dell, but rich in those money. And what happened is everybody was jealous. They said, why didn't we think of this? Same thing with a helipad. So now we're building a helipad, beautiful helipad. And it's got the seal of the White House on it in granite, in carved granite. It's really a beautiful thing. And I'll tell you, Sikorsky is paying for it. You know why? Because they didn't tell us how powerful these helicopters were, and they felt a little bit guilty. They sold us I like power, by the way. I think it's great for a helicopter. But they probably, I don't know, they felt a little guilty, and they are paying for the cost of it. It's about $5 or $6 million. They're paying the full cost. And when I heard they were paying the cost, I went out and said, let's do a beauty. Let's not just do a piece of concrete and paint it white, which is why I just put beautiful concrete, nice, and we paint it white. This one is a beauty. It's got the seal of the White House. It's beautiful, the eagle, and it's carved out of granite. It's done by some of the most talented people you'll ever meet. And you're landing on granite, which is the strongest stone that we can, like the outside walk is black granite. That's 35,000 pounds per square inch. It's got a 1 million plus lifetime. It's the strongest stone there is. And that's being used out there, and it's going to be, I think, really beautiful. And you can see the size. It's going to be beautiful. And it can be used for other things when helicopters aren't landing. You can have other things out there like events. You could have news conferences literally on it because it's the right size. So by doing this, we solve the problem, and we'll be able to finally retire 45-year-old helicopters. Okay, how about 1 or 2 more, and we'll get out. Go ahead, please.
Decision. Millions of American soccer fans are obviously very happy. But what do you say to the critics who say this starts a precedent which other powerful leaders?
Well, I don't know. I mean, I can only say this. I had nothing to do with the decision. What I did have to do is, I said, I think that should be reviewed because I watched the play, and he didn't do anything wrong. Got to look at. By the way, if he did, I'd feel differently probably. If he punched him in the face, if he did something wrong, I thought you're young, wonderful basketball player, Caitlin, I thought that she was treated rather rough, if you want to know the truth. That was a much different kind of an event. That was a pretty bad event. But in this case, he didn't do anything wrong. 2 people ran into each other. And by the way, if you look at that game, there were 10 instances where it was much rougher than that. So I think it starts with the fact that it shouldn't have been a foul. And then you have to look at the person that raised the card, and that's up to you people. You look at it. But I didn't think it was very good because it was not good. And I think that Johnny is brilliant at what he does. And I think I don't think it was his decision. It's a big committee. And after reviewing it, I think they said, look, this game would have a big mark on it. If we lost, if we won, no matter what happened, you have to let them use their best players. And the game tonight's going to be amazing, and we're going to have a full team, and Belgium's going to have a full team. And you know what? If they beat us, then they can be really proud. The other way, if they beat us, we'll say it was rigged, just like the election was rigged in 2020, but I won't get into that. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. The Trump accounts are great. Thank you.
Thank you, press. Thank you, press. Now listen, to all of you Republican conservatives, shut the hell up. let me show you what a real president looks like. Behold, the eagle has landed. Here we go.
This team, the eagle has landed and is making his way down the helicopter stairs. We know his history with stairs, and this could be a disaster. Stand by. Eagle has made it down the stairs. He was a little wobbly at the end, but he made it. Eagle appears to be very disoriented today. We're going to need to do like last time and point out exactly where we need him to go. Secret Service team, prepare to point. Hold that point. Perfect. No way he could miss that. Eagle will be turning in 5, 4, 3, 2. He missed his mark. He missed his mark. Eagle is wandering. Jesus Christ. All units be advised, we are going to need a pretty lady or small child of some sort with nice smelling hair to get the eagle back on track. And we've lost visual. Secret Service team, the eagle has landed.
Oh my God. Oh my God, that clip will never get old. Oh my God, I'm choking. Oh boy, now that's what a real president looks like right there. Yeah, don't let nobody tell you otherwise that President Biden was the sharpest attack. I'll tell you that right now. He'd probably walk by there and be like, what the hell was he pointing at? I don't see shit over there. Oh my goodness, bro. Oh man, I gotta play it again. I'm sorry, I gotta play it again, bro. I had to play it again, bro. Oh my God. Oh man, Dave Jags, let's go. I have to play it again, bro. This is hella funny,
and is making his way down the helicopter stairs. We know his history with stairs, and this could be a disaster. Stand by. Eagle has made it down the stairs. He was a little wobbly at the end, but he made it. Eagle appears to be very disoriented today. We're going to need to do like last time and point out exactly where we need him to go. Secret Service team, prepare to point. Hold that point. Perfect. No way he could miss that. Eagle will be turning in 5, 4, 3, 2. He missed his mark. He missed his mark. Eagle is wandering. Jesus Christ. All units be advised, we are going to need a pretty lady or small child of some sort with nice smelling hair to get the eagle back on track. And we've lost visual.
Oh my gosh, dude, that was so perfect, bro. That never gets old. Unbelievable. And the Democrats would like to make us believe that Biden is way better, sharper, more conscious, and just smarter than Trump. Unbelievable. Now, I'm going to tell you, that's when they used to laugh at us in the world. Look at that dumb-ass president. I apologize, guys. I know he's got some health problems. But shame on the people that use them. Now, I want to go ahead and change gears here just a little bit. I just thought I'd make you guys laugh a little bit. But let me change gears. Now, you guys know, listen, the clip that I'm going to show you was just posted 4 hours ago, so I don't know exactly what they're going to say. I know. It's from CNN. So all of you libtards, stay. Don't go anywhere. This is for you. Now, I'm going to say something before I actually go into this clip. Iran has been warring against us for 47 years. Now, I am very well aware that President Trump says no new wars. We don't want wars. Of course we don't. I want to stop Ukraine-Russia war. Trump said, I'm going to do that on day one. Yeah, I'm going to make a phone call. I'm going to make things, have my people call these people and figure out what's going on. Well, unfortunately, Trump is not God. Has he tried? By golly, we know he has tried. So he did his part. He's tried it. See, here's the thing that my friends, the libtards, don't understand is this. Russia invaded Ukraine because Biden, the Democrats, allowed him to do that. Now, Trump is not allowing anybody to do anything. It's too late. They're already doing it. But he did try. And he said this. Listen, these guys hate each other so much. What can we do? Trump is not an idiot. If we go and say no to Ukraine and no to Russia, we are going to be getting ourselves into some trouble. And, well, you gotta balance, right? Are we willing to go in here and go to war against Russia? No. So what's happening in Iran? It's got the same question. So Trump says, well, we can fuck up Iran 100%. We can annihilate these guys and destroy them, obliterate them. So Trump says, okay, I am willing to do that. That's why we're fighting Iran. Now, latest news that I saw in here was that Iran hit one of the tankers. I don't know the details yet. We can probably go into that after this clip that I'm going to show you. But I want to point something out to you guys here first. It's, Trump says, I'm going to hit these bridges. I'm going to hit these power grids. I'm going to hit this. I'm going to hit that, blah, blah, blah. Because Trump knows that this is actually a tactic that will work. Now, he's trying to be diplomatic about it. I get it. I'm not happy that he's being too damn diplomatic. I would have lost control and I would have just destroyed the Iranian regime with all those millions of people. I know, you would have heard in the news, oh my God, the genocide. Whatever. I would destroy all of them so that Iranian people can be free. With that being said, let's take a listen how Ukraine's Crimea strategy is working. Shortages, blackouts, and blockades. According to CNN News. Let's see.
Russian attacks continue to strike fear around Ukraine's capital. 7 people were killed in a suburb of Kyiv on Monday. 29 others were injured, including 4 emergency responders. Meanwhile, the Ukrainian military says it struck Russia's largest oil refinery more than 1,500 miles from Ukraine's border. That strike could worsen growing gas shortages in almost all of Russia's 83 regions. Kyiv's pressure campaign is also targeting the highly contested Crimean Peninsula. CNN's Nick Payton-Walsh has the latest.
Ukraine is hitting Russia hard where it all began. Occupied Crimea. Taken first in 2014, it is a peninsula, and that makes it very vulnerable to being cut off. There are 2 ways, in or out. First is the Kerch Bridge, which Ukraine has been hitting for years, and it's now beset by queues of thousands of anxious Russians trying to get out. Second is the land bridge through occupied Ukraine. Many saw this as a big strategic gain from Russia's invasion in 2022, a way to cheaply and permanently connect Russia to this tourist mecca, the jewel of the Soviet past.
Coast of the Crimean Peninsula, a national resort.
Крым и сакральное значение, так же как и храмовая гора в Иерусалиме.
Ukraine's 2023 counter-offensive tried to break through here, but failed, hitting huge Russian defenses. Now they're flying over them. New mid-range Ukrainian drone capability striking the road along the land bridge and Crimea's air defenses, leaving it vulnerable. And then the actual bridges to Crimea and the Russian trains and the roads. Now they're hitting ordinary infrastructure, refineries, power stations, meaning power cuts in the cities. Queues at gas stations, thick black smoke on the skyline, so yet more Russians are leaving.
Zelensky recently claimed that Russia has had to prioritize air defenses in Crimea and around Moscow as well. Putin has recently accepted economic challenges and indeed gas shortages as Ukraine's drone strikes increasingly cause chaos in ordinary Russian life. So what's the goal here? Make Crimea hard to live in, a place without tourists, gas, power, affordable food, and the land bridge to it, already itself a tough place to live in, seems less worth the cost. And this is the wider point for Kiev. Seize on the growing questions inside Russia as to what the war is even for. If Crimea is effectively uninhabitable and the only gains they can claim are tiny bits of land, usually rubble, in the Donbass, turn Crimea from a jewel in Putin's crown to leverage for Ukraine, perhaps in any future peace talks, or even into a damaging thorn in Putin's side as he tries to navigate growing dissent about his war of choice.
President Zelensky has made a fresh plea for more air defense missiles. Whatever NATO allies decide will be key to Ukraine's ability to protect its skies. But it's also happening as Russia, too, is seeing increasing losses of both territory and of troops. Michael Kaufman is a military analyst and a senior fellow at the Carnegie Endowment for International Peace. In his latest article for Foreign Affairs, he describes this moment as an inflection point for Russia, which could shape its long-term military strategy. You also write that Kyiv's strategy of making this war futile for Russia is working, and I'd like to ask you to elaborate on that, specifically as it relates to what we're seeing in Crimea, where you have Russian-installed authorities now declaring a state of emergency. We have blackouts, fuel reserved for the state there on shortages. The Kerch Bridge has been choked off, a real blockade happening at what has been a crown jewel for Vladimir Putin. Is this the point that you were trying to make, just one example of Ukraine's strategy right now?
Yeah, absolutely. There are several parts to Ukraine's strategy. The first is stabilizing the front line, and they've done a good job of that, especially since in recent months, they've really gone after longer range strikes into Russian operational depth and have choked off Russian logistics. And so the Russian offensive effort has stalled for many months now. Another one is isolating Crimea and using that as a pressure point. Crimea now has a real energy and fuel crisis there, under the belief that Moscow cares a lot more about Crimea than it might care about many other regions of Ukraine that's trying to occupy, and essentially using that also to gain leverage. And lastly is the deep strike campaign into Russia, targeting Russian energy export infrastructure, Russian fuel refineries. Russia's undergoing a fuel crisis with long lines at the gas stations across the country, and also key nodes in the Russian defense industry to reduce the Russian production of missiles and various strike drones.
And despite all of these challenges that Russia is facing, you yourself describe them as visibly struggling. You also say they can reconstitute into a major threat in 5 to 7 years. What do you base that timeline on?
Sure. And there are active debates. I mean, NATO actually often pegs it to a much shorter timeline, within only a few years after the Russia-Ukraine war. And the reality is that the debates on how long it will take Russia to reconstitute are really narcissism of small differences. At the end of the day, in defense planning terms, anything less than 10 years is a rather short timeline. And what I base it on is the assumption of how long it might take Russia after this war, even though its military has been degraded, although it also has expanded and improved in other ways, to regain the ability to functionally employ that force on a larger scale. Right now, Russia after the war may be able to conduct all sorts of small or limited type scenarios that might threaten NATO members. But the thing that should really concern the alliance is a large-scale invasion or large-scale assault on one of its member states. And for that, I think it might take a bit longer. But that said, the important point is that even though the Russian military has been degraded, it is likely to reconstitute. We're not debating the if so much as we are only debating the when.
Joining me now is Ukrainian Parliament member Kira Rudik. And she joins us now, as I said, from Kyiv. Good to see you. I am wondering what you believe President Zelensky can achieve at this NATO summit, because I don't have to remind you, the United States itself may be low on those interceptors. So what does Ukraine need to get from this NATO summit right now?
Hello, Paula, and thank you so much for having me. As you said yourself, it is critical for Ukraine to get the interceptors, as right now Russia outpaces the United States in production of the ballistic missiles against the production of the anti-ballistic missiles that we desperately need. What President Zelensky can get there is additional support and at least promises of the delivery of the missiles that we need, but also to continue on the discussions that we have heard started in Paris regarding getting the technology to produce the Patriot missile systems to Ukraine, so we can at some point produce them ourselves and strategically be able to defend ourselves in the future. That would be a life changer and a game changer for us. And because we obviously understand that the situation when there is not enough of those missiles in the world is critical for us and gives Russia unnecessary leverage at this point.
You know, and I do know that, in fact, in Ukraine, you guys are confident that if you get that permission, you can actually build these fairly quickly. I am wondering, though, that even though Russia looks wounded right now, and you only have to look at the gas situation in Russia to see that, and obviously some developments on the front line, do you worry that Ukrainians should brace themselves for so much more escalation now? I mean, watching those civilian targets overnight in Ukraine, and it's been the case for several weeks now, it can't be easy.
It's not easy, Paula. But what is the alternative? What is the option? Unfortunately, the real peace deal or the real ceasefire was never at the table. If you look at Russia's actions and not listen to what Putin says, trying to fool President Trump, the truth is Russia never intended to stop. They have started a full-scale invasion and they continue terrorizing our peaceful cities because they do not have real gains at the front line, and they will continue doing that no matter what we do. The only thing that we can do for ourselves is to fight back, to brace ourselves, and again, find a way to defend our people. And this has been a case for us since the day one, because Russia would not stop unless they are stopped. We have proved that by the fact. And we are hoping that finally the leaders of the world will realize that.
I'm wondering what you believe Russians themselves may realize. Obviously, arguably, Russians do not have any influence over what Vladimir Putin does, but have you seen any indication that it might be the Russian people themselves that would be just so fatigued with this war now that it is on their doorstep?
Russian propaganda is very strong, and Russians, in their majority, support the war. We can see that by their social media, but also we can see that by the progress of Russian army being supported and added with the new recruits. So we have no hope that at some point Russians will rebel. But what we have hope that Putin's inner circle may become less supportive of the war and create the political instability that may pressure Putin into ending the war or at least agreeing to a ceasefire. Yeah. Coming back to the Patriot missile systems, Paula, I think it's important.
I want to just point out two things that you can learn, or at least that I have observed from watching Israel, our friend and ally, fighting these terrorist Muslim organizations, Hezbollah, Hamas, etc. You see how these terrorist, extremist Muslims, they just hate, and they worship death. So Israel has to continue to defend itself from the same enemies. Billions of Muslims hating Jews. That's crazy. So you see the resilience in the hate. We're talking specifically with Iran right now, who has been supporting the Houthis, the Hezbollah, etc. Now, I want you to just grab that from all these attacks and wars that Israel has been sustaining, and we're grateful to Israel, because if they didn't do that, they would literally become strong enough to come over here and tear us up a new one. With that being said, think about what's going on right now with Ukraine and Russia. Well, One of the things that you learn from Ukraine and Russia is that when evil wants something, hold on, they won't stop until they get it. So Russia, and I guess apparently now most of the Russian people support this war, is being hit by Ukraine on things like power grids, bridges, communication towers, etc. And Ukraine is getting the upper hand by doing this. Somebody said that Russia was set back 100 years. Could be true. I want you to grab that experience, right, that we have happening right now, so you don't let anybody lie to you about what's going on. So what I gathered from watching Israel attacking and defending itself from all this terrorist Muslim regime, and then, of course, Ukraine with the communist Russia, is that President Trump is doing the right thing. We have decimated the Air Force, the Navy fleet, etc. Now, that doesn't mean that we're going to underestimate, because the weapons that they do have, they do hurt, and they can cause damage and destruction. Yes, we are a little bit more accomplished because we destroy the nuclear capabilities. Fantastic. Mission accomplished. Now, a lot of people on the left, they always say, oh, you know what, oh, Slim, fat boy, just get off my chat, bro. If you don't know that Russia is coming, I don't even know why I'm addressing you. Forget it. I will let my moderators take care of your bullshit. If we allow Democrats to continue to stop President Trump from doing what needs to get done, we will be overrun. We're already being infiltrated. Don't get that twisted. We're infiltrated already. We're compromised by our enemies who have been making a lot of anchor babies, raping the Constitution because a lot of stupid-ass Americans don't know how to defend this country, don't know how to interpret the Constitution with logic. Because of the libtards, we are being hurt. And because we are the strongest and the wealthiest, we can endure longer. But as Americans, I urge you, don't listen to these libtards. All those who hate Trump will never, ever look out for your well-being. You see, the way we stand in this channel, what I believe in, it doesn't matter what idiot, what turd, it's sitting on the Oval Office. We are patriots. We're Americans. We love this country, regardless. That's something we all have in common on our side. About 21,400 people. Exactly. On this channel. We love America. We are proud to celebrate our 250th birthday. As I have created this image here behind me, which, by the way, I have just, AI just finished making some motion on my fireworks, so I'm going to replace that background here after this video. But I want you to know that everything Trump has said about the power grids, the bridges, attacking their air defenses, all this stuff, it has to happen. Ukraine is proving it. Ukraine is not as powerful as us, but they're doing it. And those same things that Ukraine is doing to beat Russia is what Democrats continue to fight us so that President Trump doesn't do that. The very thing that can bring victory to us. Now, with that being said, President Trump already made it very clear. Now, you libtards may think that he's not going to follow through on this. Well, some B-2 bombers, badass Air Force pilots, will remind you of who destroyed the nuclear facility in Iran last year when you thought that he was a coward and that he couldn't handle the leadership of the G7 summit. President Trump says if they do not want to deal or make an agreement, Pete Hegseth is itching to go destroy these fools. And I think that we might just have to see the big flex from the United States of America. And we just got to destroy Iran's Islamist regime once and for all. And all of those who support it. Some sort of cleansing, if you will. And with that being said, let's take a listen and see what happened at the Strait of Hormuz on these attacks. Wait.
All right, straight into an alert. President Trump is set to touch down in Turkey just over an hour from now for the NATO summit, where he's going to meet with the Turkish president. Meanwhile, before gathering with world leaders.
Meanwhile, Iran's military reportedly fired at least 2 missiles at commercial ships in the Strait of Hormuz yesterday.
So they're still doing the same old stuff. Lucas Thomason live in Turkey with the latest. Good morning, Lucas.
Well, good morning, guys. Last night on the eve of this NATO summit here in Ankara, and while Iran holds that massive multi-day state funeral for the late Ayatollah, Iran attacked more ships in the Strait of Hormuz. Here's President Trump speaking about Iran before taking off in the new Air Force One on its first international trip.
Look, we're going to win one way or the other. We're either going to make a deal or we're going to finish the job, okay? And it won't be tough to finish the job. I'd rather make a deal because I don't want to affect 91 million people. We can knock down their bridges in 1 hour. We can knock out their energy supply, all of those big plants that they built.
One of the big questions looming over this 2-day summit, will President Trump allow Turkey back into the F-35 stealth fighter jet program? Turkey claims it has already invested $1.4 billion into it and planned to purchase 100 of the advanced 5th-generation stealth fighter jets. Many we saw during the Great 250 celebrations in Washington and New York. Turkey was barred from purchasing them in 2019 when the NATO ally purchased the Russian S-400 air defense system. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has voiced strong opposition to allowing Turkey back into the F-35 program. Turkey's President Erdogan has had harsh words for Israel in recent years. Since the October 7th massacre, today Israel is currently the only country in the Middle East that operates F-35s.
Turkey is a great country, but it's governed by a man who calls openly for the annihilation of Israel. I don't think they should be given F-35s or the engines for their fighter jets, because that'll upset the power balance in the Middle East, which is ultimately guaranteed by Israeli air superiority and also by, I think, by America's posture in the Middle East.
As I mentioned off the top last night, Iran attacked commercial ships transiting southbound in the Strait of Hormuz using the channel off the coast of Oman. This is the preferred passage by the U.S. military to get commercial ships out of the Persian Gulf. Last night, an LNG tanker from Qatar was hit while making this passage, coming from the largest natural gas reservoir on Earth. Now, there are many other issues to discuss at this NATO summit, guys. Ukraine, also defense spending. President Trump has told Congress he wants to spend $1.5 trillion in defense spending next year. That's about 5% of the U.S. economy, GDP. President Trump wants other NATO allies to match that. Some already are in Eastern Europe, at least by a GDP percentage. Many in Western Europe are not spending anywhere close to that, guys.
All right. Thanks so much, Lucas. Of course, Spain, the worst offender. But Canada has promised to spend more. Germany is actually buying more. So this about a year and a half ago, and they're buying our equipment. countries like France are deciding to go a different direction when it comes to buying equipment. Good luck with that. We have to pick up the production to deliver, so if they're paying, it could be a huge profit engine for us. So I think if the president's talking about accomplishments, this is going to be listed as one of his great accomplishments. Understanding that, making NATO understand they have to defend themselves for the first time since the 1950s. Really, since World War II ended, they always said, well, America's got our back, and they were highly critical of us at various times. But now they're going to have to step up, and because we have definitely pulled some of our troops out of there and some of our strength has left NATO. It's intentional.
You know, I think, Kaylee, you know, the conversation has kind of shifted a little bit. You've seen these meetings between the Europeans where they're starting to have a conversation personally saying, oh, we may have to defend ourselves. Some people think that's a negative. I actually think it's a great thing that they feel like they need to put more money toward their own defense. At the end of the day, American power is going to be the gold standard. They're going to need us regardless. We saw what happened within the Iran war where we asked for their helps. Sure, they could have said that we could have used the bases, but it looks like a lot of the ships and carriers that they had weren't working anyway. So that shows you that they need our support. I'm glad they're starting to invest more into their own defense.
No doubt about it. And President Trump, during term 1, he had that 2% goal. He wanted every single country to pay 2%. And now that's been moved, thanks to President Trump, a new 5% of GDP commitment, which nearly every country, I believe all 32 except Spain, signed on to. And because of President Trump taking office in 2016 to now, you've seen a $258 billion increase in defense budgets and the amount being spent into NATO over that year period. That is President Trump. So really what the NATO allies should be saying is thank you, President Trump, for not only increasing spending, but also dealing with Iran, at least making an effort when these NATO allies sat back idly.
Keep in mind that we have $980 billion, and we're like, well, that's a lot. But in actual terms of our GDP, it's less than 5%. So that's why we got to get up to 1.5 trillion. You know, during Reagan's time, it was at 5%, and that was during peacetime. We were coming into the end of the Cold War, but I think we got to get to 1.5 trillion. I think right now Congress is reluctant to do that. I would love to see an audit at the same time, because I get the sense we're wasting a lot of money. We have a huge problem with weapons production.
That's the real problem.
We still have not addressed it, and I think there's a chance of two things happening. Number one, I think that there might be a situation where even Russia realizes they need to end this conflict. And the president fully realizes the Russians are losing. They have not gotten a kilometer left. The average lifespan for a person drafted today, once put into the front lines in Russia, is 10 days. And for every 6 Russians lost, 1 Ukrainian dies. And they're beginning to blow up every refinery in that country. They just hit Siberia, which is over 1,500 miles away, with rockets that they engineered, not from us. So let Ukraine, hopefully they can maybe finish the job in this summit. And I would love to see our allies surprise us by saying what they're willing to do to escort ships through the strait.
Be sure to like and subscribe for all the Fox News latest on YouTube and catch full.
Well, there you go. There is your update. And with that, we're going to go ahead and jump into our next live that we have missed. Many of you probably don't even know or don't care, but you want to watch the Eagle has landed again? Nice grift, says Julius. Julius the Snot. All right, let's go ahead and take a listen to see what sanctions are being taken off for Turkey. There's no sound right now, but you will get sound.
konusunda Ankara'da bir arada olmak sizlere ayrı bir güç katmıştır. Kendilerine hoş geldiniz diliyorum.
Here, on the occasion of the NATO summit, I would like to welcome my valuable friend, Mr. President Trump, who has participated here today with us and added strength to the summit that we are convening for.
Ve bu ziyaretin ne kadar önemli olduğunu özellikle ifade etmek istiyorum.
And I would like to express how important this summit is that we are here gathering for.
NATO Liderler Zirvesi'nin bugün Ankara'da yapılıyor olması ve tüm liderlerin şu anda ülkemizde bir araya gelmesi, yarın değerli dostum Sayın Trump'la birlikte olması bizlere ayrı bir güç katacaktır.
The fact that we are convening here today for the NATO Ankara summit and that all the leaders are arriving and have arrived, and we will be executing the NATO summit tomorrow with the presence of President Trump, which will be adding might and strength to our summit.
Kendilerine tekrar hoş geldiniz diyorum.
Once again, I would like to say welcome, Mr. President.
Well, I want to thank you very much. As everybody knows, it's been very much reported. We are great friends. The president has done an incredible job. Just landing at the airport to see such a beautiful airport and to have a building named after me. I was very happy about that. That was very nice. The airport is absolutely beautiful. The roads coming in were brand new and beautiful. And you've been a great leader and a respected leader all over the world, and we really do. We've had right from the beginning good chemistry. We've had a very special relationship. Turkey has become, under the president, a very powerful country militarily. People don't know how powerful, actually. And they have a lot of our equipment, and they have a lot of great soldiers, and they really somebody to be reckoned with. And the nice part is that because of the relationship that we have, it's all gone very well. I just want to say that I have a lot of respect for the president, and I think it's really to the benefit of both countries. We're going to be talking today about trade. We're going to be talking about other things having to do with the military, lots of different things. Probably we'll mention Iran, where we have essentially decimated their military. They cannot have a nuclear weapon. And we're going to have some very good discussions. But we do a lot of trade with Turkey. We make great things and they make great things, and we've had it's had a very big impact on both of our countries. So I just want to tell you that it's an honor to be with you, and we're going to have a lot of good meetings. We're going to have good dinners, good food. We're going to have a good time, but mostly we're going to have a lot of work, and we're going to do good things for our countries. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Sayın Cumhurbaşkanım, tamamına geldiğiniz çok teşekkür ederim. Çok uzun süren bir dostluğumuz var biliyorsunuz. Son derece saygı duyduğum, yakın bulduğum bir insansınız. Buradaki buluşmalarımızda görüşmelerimizde 3 konudan bahsedeceğiz. Askeri, ticari ve bir de İran konusundan bahsedeceğiz. Gerçekten çok güçlüsünüz. Çok güçlü askeri ve silah sanayi açısından çok güçlü bir yerisiniz şu anda. Dolayısıyla teşekkür ediyorum ve çok iyi bir vakit geçirdiğinize inanıyorum.
Thank you.
Mr. President, are you going to sell F-35s to Turkey, and what about the legal restrictions?
It's a decision we're going to make. We have a very good relationship, and I would think that many people, I can tell you, many people, including the people sitting right here, thinks, why wouldn't we do that? We have a better relationship with Turkey, and Turkey's been in many ways much more loyal than other countries that we think would be loyal. So, yeah, something certainly we would consider. It's a great plane. It's the best, currently the best plane by far. And it's certainly something we will consider, yeah.
Mr. President, sir.
Yes, Dan?
Mr. President, sir, you said,
Erdogan was a big reason you wanted to come to the summit here. What has made your relationship with him so special, in your own words, and what do you broadly hope to achieve here at the summit?
You never know why a relationship is special. Some people you get along with, and some people you don't. Sometimes you get along with the toughest people, like him, and sometimes you don't get along with the weakest, most pathetic people. You just don't get along. Maybe you don't respect them, but from the day we met, we got along. We had a pastor, so I remember his name was Pastor Brunson, and it was a very big thing, and it was very traumatic. He was sentenced to a long-term prison sentence, and I felt he was innocent, and I called, other people called, they got nowhere. I called the president, and he released him immediately. It was something that the evangelical community will never forget. And he was a good man, Pastor Brunson. So, just things like that, we just it's always worked out. And I think it's been from the very beginning, from the first moment. This is just, I said it before, it's a chemistry that works between us. There are those that I don't have a good chemistry with, I will tell you that. And we work that out too.
Mr. President, are further troop drawdowns in Europe likely? Are you likely to announce further troop drawdowns in Europe?
Say it?
Are further troop drawdowns in Europe likely? And are you satisfied with the progress that NATO allies have made?
Well, we're going to see. I was very disappointed with NATO. And frankly, if it weren't held in Turkey, where my friend happens to be a very strong leader, a very strong person, it's possible that I would have attended. I felt I had to attend because of the fact that, I know he's gone all out. It's a big thing to have NATO come to Turkey or any place else. It's a big thing. But we weren't treated well because we did something in Iran. We don't need anybody's help. I didn't even want the help. But before I asked, they said they wouldn't be there. And we've invested trillions of dollars in NATO. Why? To protect European countries and others, Canada, etc., but to protect people, countries from, generally speaking, it used to be the Soviet Union, now it's Russia. And I say that's fine, but you would think that they'd be very willing to do something to help us. And they really weren't. In the case of the United Kingdom, the Prime Minister, I guess he's no longer there, maybe because of this. There was a very unpopular thing he did. He said, "No, we'll help after the war is over." I said, I don't need that kind of help. We didn't need any help at all. And in a way, I was testing people. I was testing to see whether or not they'd be there, because I'd long said that we helped them, but I'm not sure that they'd be there for us. And Italy turned us down, and Germany turned us down, and France turned us down. And it's okay. But, why are we spending hundreds of billions of dollars and they're not there for us? We've always been there for them.
Türkiye ile Suriye arasında
Sayın Cumhurbaşkanım, bir saniye. Habertürk'e efendim, İran'daki savaşın sona erdirilmesi için oldukça çaba sarf ettiniz. Müzakere süreci devam ediyor ancak nihai bir anlaşma noktasına gelinmiş değil. Bundan sonraki süreçte Türkiye nasıl adım atacak İran ve ABD arasındaki müzakere sürecinin olumlu bir şekilde neticelenmesi için?
Bu süreçte yine aynı şekilde bizler İran-Amerika ilişkilerini nasıl bir düzleme kavuştururuz? Onun gayreti içerisindeyiz. Elimizden geleni yapmak suretiyle dünya barışına bir adım atalım diye gerek şahsım, gerek arkadaşlarım hep birlikte çalışıyoruz.
Gazze'yi sormak isterim ben sizlere. 80 bine yakın insan hayatını kaybetti Gazze'de. Çok büyük bir yıkım var. Ateşkes sağlandı ama yer yer ihlaller devam ediyor. Ateşkes ihlallerinin önlenmesi için, insani yardımların Gazze'ye girebilmesi için, ayrıca Gazze'nin yeniden inşa edilebilmesi için önümüzdeki süreçte ortak atabileceğiniz adımları değerlendirecek misiniz muhatabınızla? Müsaade buyururlarsa kendisinin de bu konudaki fikirlerini almak isteriz. Teşekkür ederiz efendim.
Özellikle Gazze konusunda tabii değerli dostumla bunları da konuşarak özellikle bu bölgedeki barışı sağlama için bu liderler zirvesini çok önemsiyoruz. Ve bu liderler zirvesinden aynı şekilde bir kararın çıkmasını da hayra yorumluyoruz. Ve bunun olabileceğine de ben ihtimal veriyorum.
Efendim, Türkiye-ABD ilişkilerinin geliştiği bir dönemi gözlemliyoruz. 2025 yılında geçen yıl Amerika Birleşik Devletleri'ne yaptığımız ziyarette önemli ticari anlaşmalar da imzalandı. Suriye konusunda Türkiye'nin önemli bir aktör olduğunu söylemişti Sayın ABD Başkanı. Şimdi yeni dönemde gelmeden önce de Sayın Trump bir sürprizle geliyorum ifadesini kullandı. F-35'i, Kaan savaş uçaklarının motorlarını konuştuk. Acaba gündeme gelebilir mi şeklinde. Siz bu sürprizin ne olduğunu düşünüyorsunuz? Türkiye bugünkü görüşmelerden sonra istediğini alabilecek mi? Teşekkür ederim.
Tabii F-35 konusu biliyorsunuz bizim için yeni bir konu değil. Ve bunu bizler Amerika ile daha önce de görüştük. Ve biz 5 uçağı da sözünü aldık ve Sayın Trump'ın bu konuda bize ayrıca sözü var ve şimdi de bu liderler zirvesinde yapacağımız görüşmelerde F-35 ile ilgili kendilerinden bu daha önce aldığımız sözün geleceğe yönelik olumlu şekilde test ettiğimizi biliyorum ve bu konuda da Sayın Trump her zaman sözünün arkasındadır. Burada yine inşallah F-35 konusunda bu liderler zirvesinden hayırlı bir karar çıkacağına eminim.
What does that mean?
Is it going to be handed over to a third party? Is that not part of the deal?
Third party? What is the third? With respect to what?
There's our concerns about the Russian missile defense system. Do you have those concerns about this system? Are they going to have to?
No concerns at all about anything. I mean, he's a leader of a country that he's made a much better country, much more powerful country, and you see it. I mean, it's beautiful. You get off the roads up here, like it's an amazing thing. Now, I have no concerns about anything having to do with Turkey. The relationship, I would say the relationship with Turkey right now is better probably than it's ever been. It was good in my first 4 years, but I think now it's probably even better than that, if that's possible.
Mr. President, so U.S. military and Turkish military constitute a really strong and large military base for NATO. Are we expecting further defense cooperation out of this bilateral meeting, out of this NATO summit here in Ankara?
Well, we're going to find out when I go there. We're going to find out. We're going to be having meetings. We're very friendly with many of the leaders. Some of them are new. We don't know them. You know, I've been doing this for now sort of a long time. If you count the 4 years when we had a rigged election, you know, I was very much into politics then too. But I spent the first 4 years. I spent 4 years in a little different state, and then we've had an amazing, probably the best year maybe ever had by an American president. When you look at the economy, we have the greatest economy we've ever had. We have $19 trillion, $19.2 trillion to be exact, being invested in the United States. That's 7 or 8 times more than it's ever had. It's a world record, not just a U.S. record. And I just read where, in fact, coming over, I was in the car with those beautiful horses, those great riders, those great soldiers, and it came over the wires that Toyota is moving out of Mexico into the United States and building one of the biggest truck and car plants ever built. It's amazing. That's what tariffs do, properly used. And so we've never had a more exceptional economy or potential economy. There's never been anything like it. Under the last administration, they did much less than $1 trillion of investment coming in. and we're at 19.2 trillion in actually the first 12 months, because that's where it's, you know, really, so they're a year and a half, so that number is now substantially higher, but 19.2 trillion, Scott, for a period of 12 months. Nobody's ever seen anything like that. So we have by far the greatest economy. We have more jobs right now in the United States than ever before. And we have a great relationship with some countries on trade, and Turkey happens to be one of them.
Sayın Cumhurbaşkanı, siz her fırsatta dünya 5'ten büyüktür, daha acil bir dünya mümkündür diyorsunuz. Bugün konuğumuz Sayın Trump, ABD Başkanı, onun da zaman zaman küresel sistemin mevcut durumuna ilişkin eleştirilerini biliyoruz. NATO'nun iki en büyük askeri gücü olarak bu noktada, bu eleştiriler doğrultusunda ortak bir adım, ortak bir girişimde bulunması önümüzdeki süreçte söz konusu olabilir mi?
NATO'da iki önemli ülke olarak gerek Amerika gerekse Türkiye, bizler bu liderler zirvesinden de dayanışma içerisinde güçlü bir çıkışı sağlayacağız ve burada başaracağımıza inanıyoruz.
Sayın Cumhurbaşkanı, 24 Muharrem Yağmur Yıldız, Rusya-Ukrayna savaşı konusunda savaşın başından bu yana arabuluculuk tesis ettiğiniz iki ülkenin Dışişleri Bakanları 6 ay diplomatik konuda bir araya geldiniz. İstanbul'da çok önemli müzakereler yürüttünüz. Bu zirve kapsamında da Sayın Trump'ın Sayın Zelenskiy ile görüştüğünü biliyoruz. Nihai aşama olarak hangi noktada bir savaşın sonlanması konusundaki Trump'la ilişkin değerlendirmelerinize teşekkürler.
Is that for me? Are you asking me? Or are you asking the president?
No, the president, I don't thank you.
The president.
Biz Rusya-Ukrayna arasındaki bu gelişmeleri de yine değerli dostumla burada paylaşacağız, görüşeceğiz ve ona göre de adımlarımızı atacağız.
Efendim, A Haber televizyon kanalından Hatice Kübra Bal, benim sorum da aslında az önce biraz yanıtladınız ama Türkiye'nin 5. nesil uçağı K motorları için F-110 motorlarından söz edeceğiz. Aynı zamanda kasa yaptırımları ve bu bağlamda da F-35 alımı ile ilgili aslında bu görüşmeden bir sonuç bekleyebilir miyiz? Onu merak ediyorum.
Ben bunu daha önce değerli dostumla görüştüm ve Kaan'la ilgili onun motorların noktasında bu liderler zirvesinde bu görüşmeyi değerli dostumla tekrar bir araya geldik. Onu görüşeceğiz ve inanıyorum ki bununla ilgili bize verdiği müjdeyi burada da tekrar edecektir. Ve bu müjdeyle de herhalde liderler zirvesinde kendisine teşekkür edeceğiz.
Turkey bought planes. It's the best plane. But they bought planes from the United States. And when you buy a plane from the United States, if there's engine rehab and other things that are done to engines, there's various things that happen, including just maintenance. I think we have an obligation to maintain engines and help them maintain engines. When you buy a plane from us, what are we going to say? You're buying a plane if the engine needs work, or if the engine has to be rehabilitated or even upgraded somewhat, but I think we have an obligation to do it. What are you going to do? Say, I'm not going to do that? Look, Turkey's been, I know, a lot of people don't agree, although I think with time they're starting to agree. Turkey has been a great ally for us. Turkey could have gone on the side. They know Iran very well, and they know the problems with Iran. But they've been very instrumental, along with a couple of other countries, of helping. They could have gotten into the fight. And I hear some people saying about their relationship with Israel. They could have gotten into the fight. They're a very powerful military nation. They didn't do that. Maybe they didn't do that because of me. But they could have gotten into the fight on the other side. They are a nation that's been very, very good can speak for myself as president. They've been extraordinary in many ways with respect to our relationship, including trying to end the war with Iran, or whatever you call it. It's not even a war, it's a military operation. It's a denuclearization. That's really what it is, of Iran, because I don't think he wants to see them have a nuclear weapon either. I'm pretty sure of that. In fact, I'm totally sure of that. So, but when they buy a product from us, whether it's a plane or anything else, when it's time for maintenance, I think don't we have an obligation to help them? What are we going to say? We're not going to let you use the product that you spent a lot of money in buying? And especially when it's been somebody that frankly has been more helpful to the United States than many other more traditional countries.
Mr. President, you will meet President Zelensky tomorrow, sir. You will meet President Zelensky tomorrow. Should we expect a breakthrough soon? Where are we at Ukraine talks?
I do. I had a very good talk with President Putin, who, by the way, has a lot of respect for him. President Herrera, a lot of respect for him. We had a long talk yesterday. It lasted a long time. And I also spoke with President Zelensky right after that. I think they both want to make a deal. It's too bad it took so long, but I think there's going to be, something's going to come out, and the president's also helping us with that, but I think there's something, I settled 8 wars, and I think we're going to be settling a 9th. It doesn't seem likely now, but sometimes with war, I see when it's least likely, that's when it happens. I had a very good talk with President Putin. I had a very good talk with, I would say as a combination, a lot of times I do well with Putin, and Zelensky would be a problem, or vice versa. Zelensky would be great, and Putin would be. They both want to get it settled now. More than that, that's all I do in my life is deals. I know deals. And I think I think we're going to get it settled. Hopefully soon. Last month, 35,000, mostly soldiers, died. The month before that, it was 24,000. The month before that, it was 27,000. And the month before that, it was 29,000. But last month, it was 35,000 young soldiers, mostly soldiers, died. And that's crazy.
Sayın Cumhurbaşkanım, savunma sanayi işbirliklerinden bahsediyoruz. Ancak savunma sanayi işbirliğimizi sürdürebilmemiz için Amerika'nın kasa yaptırımlarını da kaldırmış olması gerekiyor. Sayın Büyükelçi Barak burada. Kendisinin bu konuda aslında mesajları da oldu geçtiğimiz aylarda. Sayın Başkanım da bu konuda olumlu düşündüğünü biliyorum. Hem ticaret hacmi hedefine ulaşmak, hem de NATO zirvesinde burada Sayın Trump gelmeden önce de açıkladılar. Aslında Türkiye'nin hattıyla katıldığını da açıkladılar ama aynı zamanda kasa yaptırımlarının Türkiye'ye uygulanıyor olmasında bir tezat olduğu düşünülüyor. Bu noktada, bu görüşmede artık somut bir netice alınabilir mi? Ayrıca siz bunu gündeme taşıyacaksınızdır. Muhtemelen Sayın Başkan'ın da bu konudaki düşüncelerini alabilirsem mutlu olurum. Teşekkür ediyorum.
I can tell you, we're going to be taking the sanctions off. Okay? I don't want him to waste his time answering that question because we're working very closely with Marco Rubio, very famous man, great Secretary of State, and with Scott Bassett, and with Pete and everybody else. We're going to be taking the sanctions off. It's time to do that. Okay?
Mr. President, you said that
We don't want to sanction friends. It's very simple. There's plenty of people we can sanction, and we are sanctioned. We don't want to sanction friends. And because of the president, we have a very good relationship with the new leader of Syria, and he's done an amazing job. In a year and a half, he's pulled the whole country together. And I have a very great relationship with him. And somebody said, well, he's pretty rough to put him there. I approved him along with the president. We were the two that really wanted him. And he's done a great job. He's done a great job. He's pulled it together. Not an easy job.
Mr. President,
can you clarify what you meant with your social media post yesterday with respect to Prime Minister Maloney? That True Social post with the restraining order?
Oh, I don't know. I think she's a nice person, actually. We had a bad relationship, but it became a little bad because she refused to help us. Again, I didn't put a heavy press on her, but she refused to get involved with the hormone straight, or you could also say just Iran. She refused to get involved. So it soured my relationship with her a little bit. But I like her. I think she's a nice person, actually. But I think she made a mistake. You know, they get a lot of their oil from. We don't get any oil. We have a lot of oil. The United States has more oil than anybody. And when you add Venezuela to it, it's like we have far more oil than anybody. We don't need the Straits. We do this because we think it's an important thing to do. But she just wasn't there for us. And I wasn't happy about that. You can imagine, I wasn't happy about that.
Mr. President, you seem to express optimism that a deal between Russia and Ukraine is close. Why do you think that? What conditions have changed? Did Putin seem...
About with what?
Russia-Ukraine. Did Putin seem open to any concessions that he had?
Never changed. I just don't want him killing people. You know, it doesn't affect the United States. When Biden was here, he gave them hundreds of billions of dollars worth of equipment. Now I sell the equipment for, you know, fair price, full price. And I sell it not to Ukraine, I sell it to the European Union. They pay us. But with me, it's not anything to do other than I'd like to save lives. You have 25, 35, 30. One time I hit 41,000 a month souls. They're dead. They leave their mother in Ukraine. They leave their mother and father in Russia, Ukraine. They wave goodbye. And a week later, they're dead. It's crazy. And I would like to see, it doesn't affect us. It's really, you know, it's far away. It affects Europe much more. We're there to help Europe. But it doesn't affect the United States. We have an ocean in between. But, you know, it's just, I can't stand watching what's happening. I've seen the pictures of those battlefields, and it's a drone war. It's a war of drones. It's a whole new technology. And we're actually the leader in drones now. We have the most sophisticated drones, but people wouldn't believe how violent it is. And I've seen the battlefields. They sent me pictures. I actually want to say, don't send them to me. Pete, this man right here sends me pictures. Pete Exet. And I said, Pete, you know what? There's enough to look. I've never seen anything like it. It's carnage. And it should stop.
Did Putin seem open to any concessions? Did Putin seem open to any concessions to end the war? Did Putin seem open to any concessions to end the war in your coalition?
We get along very well with both, and we're going to get it settled. And President Erdogan is helping us get it settled, as he's helping with arrest. Well, that's what everybody relationship with NATO. President helping with Denmark. Denmark doesn't spend money to really help Greenland, but it's an important part of the United States. And it's surrounded by China's ships and Russian ships. And that's not going to happen. Ships, it's not going to happen. It was Greenland that, and it continues to be, that should be controlled by the United States, not by Denmark. And when they wouldn't go along with it, and with all the money we spend to help them with Russia, and we don't have to spend any money, we could remove all of our soldiers out of Europe. Because as you probably noticed, Europe's a very different place than it was 20 years ago. A lot different, much different. Much different, and they better be careful with immigration and energy. If they're not careful with those two things, you're not going to have a Europe anymore.
Mr. President,
Guys, you can't be that naive, you know. As I'm listening, you know, to Turkey, yeah, I disagree with Trump with some things, but you can't play stupid. You what you have to understand is that I don't know why these people don't get it. You know, we have been found fraud, scams, billions of dollars that taxpayers have been scammed and fraud against them. These neighborhoods, they vote for their Muslim candidates because they bring all the importation of migrants and put them in the same area, in the same city. They steer full communities. I'm telling you, they don't bring 10 people. They bring a full community and they put them together. Let me tell you something. There is no other way that I can explain to you the importance of legal immigration, deportation, and securing the border. 22 million illegal immigrants can fill the population of 32 to 34 states. Big states with populations that are greatly increased or inhabited. That's nothing. There is many states, there's many cities, counties, communities where the numbers of the population are in the thousands. But here's the catch. Representatives for every state according to the population. By the number of people in that city and state, they will get representatives. And who do you think that these people are going to vote to be the representative? That's right. Their own Muslim DEI hires. Man, we're not stupid, man. We're not stupid. We're not libtards. Think about it. You got to have common sense. The American people is being duped. Millions of today's American are product of haters, traitors, and enemies that do not love or like the United States of America. What the hell are you? You know what? I hate it when people come in here and start talking stupid fucking nonsense. Stay with the subject of what I'm addressing. You talk about other shit, get the fuck off my chat. If you're not serious about what we're talking about, just get the hell out. I don't have time for that bullshit. It is crazy that our country's being destroyed and these fucking libtards are talking about some fucking welfare program. Are talking about some other bullshit that we're not addressing or talking about. Don't waste our time. I wanted to share with you something that I told Rush Babe that I wanted to share with you guys. You see, the Democrats believe that there is no cheating on the election because there is a penalty, there is a fee, and there is some time in jail. So nobody will dare to vote illegally on the elections. Well, let's put that to the test. Here are some of the punishments, some of the rules for those who come to this country illegally. Entering the United States illegally carries both civil and criminal penalties. Governed primarily by the Immigration and Nationality Act, penalties vary based on the nature of the violation and an individual's prior immigration or criminal history. I want you to listen to this. Some of these very minor, who gives a shit, right? Illegal entry, first offense, under the 8U.S.C.1325. Improper entry is a federal misdemeanor. It is punishable by a fine and up to 6 months in federal prison or both. Right off the bat, due process, the libtards claim. Here is the rule. If you come to this country illegally, this is what's going to happen. What the fuck kind of due process do you want? You know the rule, and you still come to this country illegally. A fine and 6 months in jail. Yeah, libtards, it works. To threaten somebody of fraud, yeah, they're really not going to do it because they can go to jail. Yeah, they're not going to do it. Can you believe that these libtards, these Democrats today, are so stupid that they think that you and I are stupid? What is the punishment for bringing drugs into this country? Jail, fines, and yet they still bring drugs into the country. There is threats to jail and punish criminals. That doesn't deter anybody. You got to enforce the law. Illegal entry. Repeat unlawful entry remains a criminal offense, and penalties can escalate to a felony, punishable by up to 2 years in prison. Due process. Don't break the law. If you come into this country illegally and you don't have any documentation that says otherwise, your ass is going to jail and then you're going to get deported. Very simple. Very basic. And then you hear stories like this dumbass traitor, U.S. Air Force Major Jason Watson, who was arrested by the Capitol Police in Washington, D.C. Why, you ask? He was wearing an active duty military uniform, gave a speech criticizing the administration's foreign and immigration policies before holding a sign that read, "Impeach, convict, and remove." Let me tell you why this is so harmful to the United States of America. If you serve in the military, you made an oath. What happens if you are at war and the soldiers disobey orders? What happens? I want to go here because, you see, the libtards don't understand why we do what we do. This thing in Iran. Our enemies are right here in this country. Our enemies are right here on my chat. They come in and troll. They come in and take your energy away. Blah. Fuck you very much, but get the fuck off my chat. Nobody wants your sorry ass in here. Go put some effort into an actual good username. Cutting Edge. Where you been, bro? Where have you been? Libtards want to complain about economy, and they ignore us when we say secure the border. They want to complain about us having to go into battles, and they don't fucking listen when we tell them how important it is to have secure borders. They bitch and complain about the economy and all the bad shit that's happening in this country, and yet they ignore their warnings about anchor babies. Giving free citizenship to any fucking enemy that comes into this country and makes babies who will be loyal not to the United States of America, but to our enemies. Who in their right fucking mind understands the Constitution that way? It is unbelievable. I need something to laugh about. I think we got to bring the eagle back. The eagle has landed, is back. And we got to play it one more time. Just for my own amusing. Just for my own amusement.
Secret Service team, the Eagle has landed and is making his way down the helicopter stairs. We know his history with stairs, and this could be a disaster. Stand by. Eagle has made it down the stairs. He was a little wobbly at the end, but he made it. Eagle appears to be very disoriented today. We're going to need to do like last time and point out exactly where we need him to go. Secret Service team, prepare to point. Hold that point. Perfect. No way he could miss that. Eagle will be turning in 5, 4, 3, 2. He missed his mark. He missed his mark. Eagle is wandering. Jesus Christ. All units be advised. We are going to need a pretty lady or small child of some sort with nice smelling hair to get the Eagle back on track. And we've lost visual. Secret Service team, the Eagle.
We got to get it right, man. Kind of nice. Thanks, brother. Just look what Spencer Pratt posted about commies. Is the perfect example of what they want to do. Oh, man, I'm telling you, bro, we had some, I played a video about socialism versus capitalism, and, well, you know, we found out what these commies are all about, something that I've been sharing for a very long time, and finally we were able to put this argument to the rest. But as you know, a lot of the libtards are not going to be satisfied with that answer. So we're going to have to, you know, just continue to do what we're doing. Going to have to continue to take all these insults. And that's why I have to continue to dish out the insults. I'm going to tell you something, man. This channel is for me to tell you the truth. Hopefully, give you a perspective from a migrant who has become an American citizen. I know you guys appreciate that. If you are new to my channel, thank you so much for being here visiting. Thank you for hitting the like. Thank you for subscribing. Appreciate you. Thank you to those who actually have become members. I appreciate that support. That's just going above, you know, an extra mile, above and beyond. Thank you so much for that support. I'm going to tell you, America first, but you got to know what that means first. Sometimes it means that we have to go do things outside of the United States of America so that we can protect our future. With that being said, man, thank you so much for being here. God bless you. God bless your family. God bless the USA. I will see you guys on the next one. Peace!